Okay, we're gonna start setting up. See if we're live. Are we live? We should be live now, right? We're live. Do not swear. Don't swear. Hit the like button, but don't swear. Do not swear. Wait, hold on, not that. Pause. With that, I need to manually say that I'm live because none of my bots are working. Catch you later. Everyone, I'll see you on the other side. Let's look at a link. So, here you go. From now. Maybe I'll get sorted. Sega and Atlas will have a... Okay, well... I'm going to talk about fraudulent companies on my stream. Probably not. What are they getting exclusive? What are they getting that? Hang on, they're getting that real Eevee bag for real? If that's only in Japan, that is fraudulent. If that's Japan only, that is fraudulent right there. That better not be. Is that in Japan only? Is it? That's completely fraudulent. Okay, everyone. Just putting this out, stream. And join. And join us. Okay, then I got a tweet on that god awful platform. It was called Twitter at one point, but who knows what the hell it's called now. Okay, we ain't got time for like editing and all this. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me go. Okay, KR, thanks for coming out. Please click on the link for the live stream, which is in the chat. I've also put it in the notice board. And thank you to everybody who came out to the pre-show. A whole bunch of people whose names I can't remember because they've all bounced already. Thank you everyone, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay, I'm on air room now. This music is like hella loud, right? People tell me in... I think there's anyone in the chat. Is anyone there? Chat? Oh, here, Larry DK, what does here in spirit mean? Does that mean you're lurking? What does that mean? Here in spirit. Does that mean you just... Oh, the music's loud, okay. Thank you. Let me turn it down. Oh, alright, actually I'll turn it down on Streamlabs. How about that? Is that better? You're listening in. No worries, Mary K. No worries, you gotta work. You could be like mousing your Skype off. But yeah, if we could all hit the like button and share out the link that I've posted to the stream. Or the link to the stream. That'd be great. I don't know what is that noise? And we're ready to start in just a sec once I just check the levels of the show. So you can hear an echo, I'm just like checking it out. Okay. I think it's okay. I think we're good. The pre-show took too long this week. I know it took a long time. Okay, this is loud for me. This music. Good lord, hang on. I need to turn it down. Turn down Discord. Oh, not Discord. Google Chrome. That's it. I had to turn it. It's just for me. It's loud, man. And if only I'm hearing it, then, you know, that's not good. So I hope it's not too quiet, not too loud. You should be able to just hear my voice over it, and just hear that as a gentle background, like it's a spring breeze, just gently whispering in the background. It's not supposed to be intrusive at all. Is that nice and gentle? ASMR, Animal Crossing. How is it? Is it good? Let's check. Okay. I don't have anyone here to mod. Okay, we'll be alright. Welcome everybody! So, let's get started. Welcome everyone to another live stream of Game Corner Shop Live. This week we have some music that was provided by, I have forgotten who gave me a link to this music. Oh, it's Yeshua. It's Yeshua. Yes, I remember now. It's Yeshua who gave me a link to this music, which I'll be honest with you is loud for me. I need to turn it down. It's too loud. Why is it so loud for me? I don't know. Okay, so maybe it's too quiet in the background, but yeah, it's just we want it gentle in the background. So Yeshua, thank you for the music. This is just a random mix of, it says chill and calm Nintendo music. It does loop after about an hour, so after that we'll be going to some different music. I've got like a Kirby. Oh, sorry, what is this thing? Kirby music. Oh, it says Kirby. Now I listen to this, it doesn't sound like Kirby to me, to be honest with you, apart from the first couple of tracks. See how that goes. But yes, you can suggest music for something that's calm and relaxing, no like hype boss music and all this kind of stuff. That's a bit more calm and relaxing to go with the vibe of the show. That will play. Normally I vet it in the pre-show and see if it's any good, and then we play it on the main show, because there have been, you know, certain complaints that I have been playing Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi too much. Now, of course, that is not true at all, right? Because you can't play that too much; it's impossible. So that's the first thing right off the bat. But the other thing is that I do play every week. I play people's music choices. So I don't know where this is coming from, that I play Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi too much, when every single week I'm playing people's music. That doesn't make any sense. Where's that coming from? Anyway, so here we go with this music. So this week, we discussed what the title would be for the show, what our kicking off point of discussion. This week wasn't a crazy, wasn't crazy amount of news. There was some news here and there, but as always, I like to kind of take the news on what's going on in the games industry, and especially how it relates to how games are selling in Japan, and turn it into like a wider discussion, that we can talk about together. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to have any guests this week because everyone's busy and or working and stuff like that, so it might just be me today, in which case the show will be a bit shorter because I only have so much energy to give. I've got some things. It's already like 6 p.m. here, right? So I want to do some other stuff this evening as well. So we have the Famitsu charts. We have I want to talk about the new PlayStation hardware announcement, which is called the PlayStation Portal. Yes, PlayStation Portal, which is a handheld remote play streaming device. A kind of like an accessory for PlayStation 5. So, it was already announced before. We already knew about the announcement, but we actually got the details and the pricing and stuff like that. So I'd like to talk about that and talk about how it relates to the PlayStation 5 in Japan, which hasn't been faring that well. So we're going to talk about that, and we discussed the title, and a lot of people suggested ideas. I decided to go with what Mousy suggested. So Mousy Mouse suggested why the PS Portal won't help the PS5 software sales in Japan. Now, the reason why I liked that title was because it's like, I feel like we can just that is something to discuss, because lots of things we're coming up with like, can the PlayStation Portal help the software sales in Japan and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, none of us think it will, right? There's just, and I'm sure anyone listening to this or anyone, nobody realistically thinks it's going to. So it's more interesting to talk about why it won't, right? And if it won't, what could? So that's one discussion, because it's a very interesting piece of hardware to talk about. And then we're going to talk about upcoming game release like Armored Core 6. I wanted to talk about that a little bit. And then we have obviously the Famitsu sales, and there's some other little fun things to talk about and to look at. Right, so that's a go. Hello Yeshua, welcome. Hello J2 Blue, welcome. And Melody K, who will be listening. Melody K was around in the pre-show, but has to work. Unlike Mousy, does not skive off work. And we have KR, who's posting Resident Evil memes. Where's everyone going? Well, what happens is KR is that like when I go into the other room, we're live on YouTube now, you see, so people go over and go and listen to the show on YouTube, and yeah, you can stay here, you can hang out in the I should know that from watching the YouTube. Okay, so you didn't realise. Oh, okay, I did say it, Kat. Maybe you had stepped out when I said, oh, we're switching over now. So yeah, that's what happens, because the pre-show is on Discord, and that's not like recorded or anything. It's just like we just do, hang out in there for a while, and then the main show on YouTube, that goes out on YouTube. Hopefully the audio is sounding okay. Let me know how that's sounding. So that's what it is. Yes, you are. Okay, so what else was there? Let's just get into the Famitsu sales. Where is my link to that? Oh my gosh, you think I am organised and I have the link in front of me, but I do not. in fact have it in front of me. I do not have it here. So watch now and post here. Thank you, KR. KR, yes, you can post it in the Discord. You can post. I know you're fond of doing memes and stuff like that. So if you want to post memes and stuff, as long as they have to be safe for work. They have to be safe to work. It's the only rule. Which I'm sure you're fine with anyway. So, and then I will like sometimes show them on the stream, so I can display them onto the stream. So yeah, this week I thought there might not be like actual Famitsu sales released just because of the holiday, but I think where it fell this year meant that we didn't have any. I don't think this has ever happened. Well, in my recent memory anyway. Maybe it's happened in like years ago, where there hasn't been like a big interruption of getting the Famitsu sales over August period, which is there's a big holiday in Japan in that time. But I think just because of the way it fell, we got data for both weeks. Funnily enough, so yeah, this week is good because we got both weeks of data, and we can discuss it, because when they do that the data and it's like combined, sometimes they combine it and then they don't separate it out, or you get the separate thing really later, or sometimes they don't separate out the hardware, and so we just divide in half 50%. Obviously it didn't sell exactly like that, but yeah, that's what you have to do, and it's every holiday basically. So we'll get the same thing will happen again in like in January, or last week, December, first week of January, the same thing happens. So let's talk about the software sales. What's interesting is Pikmin 4 has done well in terms of legs. It's held on and sold another 54.9 thousand. This is at the top of the chart now, and its physical sales are over 721,000 in Japan. So you can see that Pikmin 4 will probably quite comfortably cost $1 million in Japan when you include the digital sales. I mean, it easily cost like lifetime. It's gonna be over $1 million, which would be a first for Pikmin. And when you think about like the smaller sort of Nintendo IP, Pikmin has never done well, but I think it's kind of clear to me now that that's probably down to the platforms it was on. Maybe if Pikmin had come out on better performing hardware, the first three games, then it would have performed a lot better, because there's other smaller Nintendo IP that performed better than Pikmin. I think like maybe something like Yoshi. I know Yoshi games, but didn't they sell better than Pikmin? I'm sure like the Yoshi games did or something. I don't know, someone correct me. I don't know, I haven't got Yoshi sales in front of me, but yeah, something like that, right? But yeah, that's doing well. And if we look at is this the right one? Yeah, so it dropped about 22% this week, week over week, so compared to last week as it dropped. So it's remained at the top of the chart for a few weeks now. Next week it will be dethroned because Armored Core 6 is it released today, but it will be in the chart next week. So we'll see how that does next week, which I'm very looking forward to. Okay, so next we have I'll bring the Famitsu one up. Where is it gone now? The Famitsu. Oh, here it is. Okay, I like this one because it's got pictures on it. So Mario Kart 8 Deluxe at number 2 sold an additional 16.8 thousand. Number 3 is The Legend of Zelda. Almost as Breath of the Wild. Tears of the Kingdom sold an additional 12.8 thousand. Number 4 is Minecraft, sold 9.9 thousand. Number 5, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet sold 7.9 thousand. Number 6, Splatoon 3 sold 7.5 thousand. Number 7, Nintendo Switch Sports sold 7.3 thousand. Number 8, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate sold 7.3 thousand. Number 9 is Super Mario, what's it, Super Mario Party Superstars, or no, she's called Mario Party Superstars. Sold an additional 5.9 thousand. And number 10 is Animal Crossing New Horizons, which I haven't been in the top 10 for. When was the last that was in the top 10? I swear that was outside the top 10 before. Sold 5.6, almost 5.7 thousand. I swear that was. God, yeah, that's sold. Wow, it's at 7.5 million in Japan, physical. So that's pretty wild. Now, as for the rest of the chart, there wasn't any new entries. I believe there was no new entries, but there was some re-entries. Yeah, we're gonna post. So hang on, we're gonna. Oh no, is that in the live chat? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. Well, we're gonna look at that Splatoon song, Jago. Are you listening, Jago? No days off. No days off. Yeah, I'd have a look at that. Oh my god, did I connect up the Discord thing? Connect up Discord too. Can you see this? Hang on. What the hell? That's the wrong one? How do I connect this thing up? Done. Oh, there we go. You can see it now, right? I have no idea what that means that you posted, KR. I don't know what that is. I just got home. It's just going to be me and Shadow until September 8th. Alright, has your family gone away for a while? Yeah, we'll take a quick look at that Splatoon new song. I haven't seen it yet. So yeah. So, okay, let's look at the rest of this. I need to get myself a second screen because trying to do this all from one screen is challenging. Okay, so what is this music? Oh, this music's getting crazy now. No, I can't take this music anymore. Do you know what? It's lucky it changed to Animal Crossing right there. It really is lucky it changed right there. Because you know what's about to happen right there. I nearly lost it. I was gonna put on the Final Fantasy 7 Lo-Fi. I was so close. I was very close. So there was no new entries this week, but there was some re-entries. So there's multiple re-entries, and this is useful for looking at that. This is niche barrier. So I'm looking at. So, re-entering the chart was Gran Turismo 7, Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, Ace Angler Fishing Spirits, Human Fall Flat, and Super Mario Odyssey. Now, what's good is when games re-enter the chart like this, that have been out of the chart for a while, we get the update. We basically get the updated sales. We don't know what they're selling outside the chart, right? So we've got updated sales for these games that have been absent for a little while, right? So what's interesting here is the games that re-entered. Yeah, we did get updates. Now I don't know exactly what the last sale. I think somebody posted on install base what were the last sales for each one of these games. The one that's pretty impressive though, in my opinion, is Human Fall Flat, which, don't forget, that's an indie game, right? It sold 359,000 physically in Japan on the Switch. So that's really impressive when you think about this. I mean, it's like more of a digital game, or it was digital first maybe. So when you add digital to that's it's going to be looking really impressive, right? Because this game is on all platforms, so it's probably really impressive. So that's good. And I do know that Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales is over 100,000 now. You know, that's not the best since the game came out in 2020, but I think someone could correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think there's more than one SKU of this game. I said before that I thought that the original SKU had 2 games on it, like the original Spider-Man 2018 and then Miles Morales was on the same like disc or whatever, or on the same thing, and then they changed and they released this one separately. But then again, it does say this was one's from 2020, so maybe that's not right. Or there was an Ultimate Edition and a regular edition. So what's this one then? Where it just says Miles Morales. Because it doesn't. I don't know if this is a mistake on this one, but I don't know if that's like. Anyway, I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure if that's like a different SKU of that game. That's the regular edition if they separate them. Yeah, but I don't know. Did the regular one have? So they had a separate physical for each one. Is that what you're saying? I'd have to look up Spider-Man on here. Spider-Man. Oh, they did. Okay, so it's Marvel Spider-Man, Marvel. Oh yeah, look. Oh, okay, so then you have to add on. Oh no, that's the PS5 version. Okay, so there was a PS4 version of that as well. I forgot. There's a PS4 version. There's a values. Oh no, that's the regular Spider-Man. Oh no, these are like PS2 Spider-Man. No, that's that. No, not the PS2. Hang on. There was a Spider-Man on the PS2. Okay, so Jago says. Also, if you want a second monitor, what's your current one? I can help you find a decent one if you like. Oh really? Oh okay. I'll talk to you about it later, Jago. Yeah, my current monitor is an Asus something or other. I can't remember the model of it. It's like an Asus monitor that I have currently. It's like I don't know how many inches this is across. I don't even know. It's not that big, it's not that small either. Oh, everyone's gone to Jamaica. Oh, what? How? They all went to Jamaica and left you? What the hell? Why are you not there? That's where I'd be. I would be there than here. If you watch the NOA one. The NOA what? Of that song? Why? Is it different? KR says Famitsu still posting weekly sales this year, putting in the work. Yeah, they did. They did over the because that never normally happens. Just over and they just post the sales. Ultimate Edition on PS5, regular edition on PS4 and PS5. Old Town, Oldale, multiple fire emojis. Yeah, it's like 27 inches. I think is the one I've got. I prefer staying with Shadow. Okay, because if you went aboard the dog, would have to go into kennels. Is that what you're saying? Oh, you didn't want to leave the dog? Jacob, don't say that's the reason. Is that the reason? Oh. I think this is a 27-inch monitor. Yeah. So I don't actually have another room for another 27-inch monitor on this desk. I'd have to like rearrange the desk. I don't know if I really have room for that. I do have another monitor, like it's really crusty old monitor that needs like one of those pin cable things to plug it in. So I could do that. I could use that. And just put the chat on that one. If I have the chat separately on that one, then maybe it'll be okay. Shadow would have had to stay with someone. And I know he's supposed to stay with me. Oh, you decided to go to the dog rather than go on holiday to Jamaica. Oh my god, Jacob. Oh. Yeah, like the dog has to stay with someone, or you can put them in kennels and stuff like that. Sometimes it can be traumatic for them, I guess, if you just go and leave. They don't know where you've gone. They have no idea what's going on, right? So you tell them. They think you're coming back really soon. And I guess for a dog, it's like I thought about this, like how does time pass for a dog? You know, since they don't live as long. Like, I don't know. Is it like when we were young? I don't know if you like think about when you were a child. Yeah, it feel like a lifetime. It feel like months, right? I thought about that. Would it not feel like months? Oh my god! I can see a fire in the distance. Where is that? So I just noticed it's like a big billowing cloud of smoke in the distance. There's a fire somewhere. Like a big one. It's like I see like big black smoke clouds coming up. It's over in the east somewhere. Well, that'll be on the news somewhere saying that there's a big old fire. I just noticed that. Oh, that is definitely a fire. I wonder what the news is saying. It must be saying there's a fire going on in London. I wonder what the local news. I don't need to see what the local news says. What is on fire? A fire on Wellington. Wellington. Where's Wellington Avenue? Where is that? Is that because I'm looking? It's towards east where I'm looking. It's sort of east direction, I would say. On Wellington Avenue. London Fire Brigade tweeted about it half an hour ago. Oh, really? Okay. Wellington Avenue in Worcester Park. More info coming soon. Where is that though? I have no idea where that is. Well, this is Cheam. Oh, this can't be the same what I'm looking at. Cheam? Is this in Cheam? No man, no, I'm not looking anywhere near Cheam. Cheam is not in East London, is it? Yeah, that's it! It's that! Called to 65 fighters have been called to a pub on Fairfield Road in Bow. Yes, I'm looking towards Bow. That's where it must be. It's that. Fairfield Road in Bow. That is definitely it. That is definitely what I'm saying. Where I'm looking is Bow. Oh man. That's a big old fire. I can say that. This cloud is... Jago, this cloud is huge. It's very huge and very noticeable. Like I just noticed it sitting here now. It must have just started, you know, billowing up. So looking at my balcony and it's like behind like one of my like flower pot things. And I just noticed it. It is a very big, very black cloud. Oh, is that what it looks like? This was 15 minutes ago. Yeah, so I think 15 minutes ago, yeah, okay. So the smoke is way bigger than that now. What I'm looking at is the smoke is a lot bigger than that, than what's in that picture. It's like huge now, and I am like a few miles away from there. So if it looks big from my distance, then it's big. There's a big fire. So is this in a domestic build? I thought it was a pub. Oh no. Well, I hope everyone's safe in Bow. The pub's behind it. I hope everyone's safe in Bow. So yeah, sorry everyone, just talking about where I am here in London. There's a very large fire that I can see in the distance. Yeah, it must be big because the smoke is enormous. So yeah, I hope you know. Hope there's you know not any injuries or loss of life. And they can manage to get everyone else safe that area. But if anyone's near that area, they're gonna have to. They've probably evacuated all the homes from that area because of the smoke. Yeah, smoke inhalation is dangerous. So okay, yeah, let's talk about the Famitsu charts again. That smoke is very distracting. So I'm looking out over my balcony and I can see it. So, let's go to something I'm not gonna. This something I wanted to talk about, but because Mario DK isn't here, not really gonna talk about it too much. But like, so we don't see PS5 games come like back into the chart very often, right? It's really rare actually. But this week there was 2 that came back. So that was the Spider-Man's Miles Morales and GT7. Well, GT7 has come back a few times because that is in a bundle and it's often reappeared, but Miles Morales is not in a bundle. So there's, when it comes to like the tie ratio of what the software is selling weekly compared to the hardware, like the disk drive version of PS5, it's very bad. And this week it was like Mario DK worked out that it was 0.17, right? So for every so is that like for every PS5 disc version sold, that less than one physical software sold, or less, it'd be like, that's what it is, isn't it? I don't know. Mario DK on you can clarify on if you watch this on the VOD or whatever when you're not working. Please type it in the comments and let us know. I'm not sure. But yeah, so somebody on Install-Based Forum, which I do not have in front of me now, that comment that they made, said that it's because you don't want the according to Mario DK, you don't want the tie ratio to be too high or too low. I think I'm probably like saying everything that he said wrong, so apologies. Where is? So somebody wrote something like I can't find right now. This is from like Yoshi game. That I'm sure it's from like Yoshi game that's on Switch. No, wait. I can't find that comment now. Oh, okay. So someone called Straxet on Install-Based Forum said, my understanding that you should generally omit bundle sales if possible for the tie ratio. In the grand scheme of things, tie ratio is looking for new sales past the initial sale of the console. Oh my god, that fire's getting bigger. Also, spiking sales like that seen is bad, I believe. It shows that hardware is putting the software up, not the other way around. So, and I think like what they mean by this is that normally, like say a new game releases, right, and you can see that the hardware will go up in the week that game releases, because the software is driving the hardware sales. So you don't want that to happen the other way around, where the hardware is making software go up, which is kind of hard to explain, but I think they're referring to bundles, if that you're only seeing software go into the chart because it's like bundled or something. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. It would be great if Mario DK was here. And oh my god, that fire is enormous. It's getting bigger. It's like going across London. It's going across the sky from where I am. It's not coming towards me, luckily. It's like in the distance, and the wind is blowing like not towards me. It's like this is a few miles away that I'm looking at, so I'm safe. So don't worry about me. Okay, so that's, yeah. Maybe next time we'll arrange to have Mario DK on to talk about the tie ratio a bit more, and you know, he can explain stuff about that. But I think that's basically what is meant by that. So next we have the hardware sales. I'm going to quickly look at. Hardware was down this week. By a good amount. Just basically across the board, right? So the Nintendo Switch sold 77.7 thousand. And that's down week over week from, as last week it was 91.7 thousand. This happens every year though, with after the holiday periods, the hardware goes down and everything. So that's just what happens every year. The PS5 sold 37.4 thousand this week. That's down from 50.8 thousand last week. Yeah, so they're both down, the Switch and the PS5. But the software, I don't know what to say about the software sales to PS5 anymore. It's really not good with what's going on. The Xbox Series console sold is this Xenoblade 2 background music? Is that what it is? Cool. The song before wasn't. I guess this one is. The song before I'm pretty sure is from Yoshi. Which game is this, Jago? Yeah, so the Xbox Series console sold 1.3 thousand. 1,300. Oh, it's Xenoblade 2. This music's from Xenoblade 2, Jago says. Last week it was 2,200 or almost 2,300 consoles. So that's down. Xbox is pretty sell a lot in Japan anyway, it's not a lot to talk about. PlayStation 4 is down a lot from last week. But again, this is this console is, Sony doesn't even count them anymore. They don't count anything. They stopped the count. They stopped the count for what they sell. So the last thing they have on their, whichever investors report that's where it stopped. So these sales don't even count anyway, because it's so I'm guessing it's because the sales are so small that it doesn't even register, because they count the sales in units of 100,000. So these few thousand here and there doesn't do anything towards their sales, so they just don't care. So that's down. So the PS4 sold 600 this week. It was down week over week. Last week it was 1,500. The 3DS, I don't know why Famitsu is still tracking this. It's somehow it's sold 3 times the amount of last week, right? So it's almost 100 this week, 97 this week. Last week it was 29. I don't know where these 3DSs are. I don't know why Famitsu is tracking these 3DSs. Just let it go. This 3DS is dead, long dead. Just why are they tracking it? I just don't understand why they're putting in. Maybe the resources to track these 3DSs is so small that they feel like they might as well put it in there anyway. But I don't know, man. We already got the 3DS reached 24,600,000, and it's never gonna get ready. It's not gonna get much past that. So why even count it? It's not like they're gonna keep they'll be able to keep counting it until it gets to 25 million, because it'll never get there. It's impossible. They don't make them anymore. I don't know. I think it's very strange. So yeah, you can see overall all the hardware is way down on last week. Last week was 146,000. This week it's 117,000 total of hardware. What Jago is saying. Jago sent me a link to Xenoblade music. Okay, the PS5 numbers is not good, so yeah. Xenoblade 2 music. Okay, well maybe I'll play it later, Jago. Not now, because it's on now. Right, so yeah. Did I get any other? I didn't look at the YouTube comments, so if there were YouTube comments, I apologise, I missed them. Oh, there was some. Solid Python 2099, welcome. Solid Python says maybe people probably buy Miles Morales in anticipation from Spider-Man 2. So that's what Mara DK said. It's possible. It's possible. I can't really say otherwise. Although my only question is why would they buy that particular SKU? Because as we just discussed with Jago, there's multiple SKUs of that game. So that'd be my only question. Why get that one and not the one with like? Because if you haven't played, you know, are these people that have played Spider-Man 2 but then haven't played Miles Morales? I guess. Oh, I think they've put the fire out. It's gone way smaller now. I think they managed to put it out. This week is going out now. That's good. So the Python says Spider-Man is like the only popular American superhero in Japan as far as I know. I'm not sure that's true. I think there's other American superheroes that are popular in Japan. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure a lot of the Marvel characters are popular. Is Batman popular there? Some of these other DC characters, Superman, I don't know. I don't think Spider-Man's the only one. I think there's others too, but I couldn't speak of it. Wouldn't Batman and Superman? Yeah, I was thinking Batman and Superman. Is it just Spider-Man? Okay, if someone's saying only Spider-Man's popular, then I need evidence. I need evidence that only Spider-Man is popular in Japan, because I doubt that. He's the one superhero that Japan really likes. Here's the thing though. That if that's the case, then it's not reflected in the game. The sales of that game. Spider-Man. So look at Spider-Man 2. So we've discussed the show before. So not that one. Where's the original release of it? Hang on. Right. So this is the original release right here. You see right here. Marvel Spider-Man on the PS4 in 2018. So the 132,000 first week. 300,000 total that we have on the Famitsu chart here. So, you know, I can tell you a game that sold more than this. It's called Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Right? It's an old ass Wii port. Sold 189,000 first week, which is more than this. So how is some old Wii port more popular than Spider-Man? That's what I want to know. What the hell is that even from, KR? Oh man, let me show this thing on the screen. You always have to write. If I forget to change screens, people have to remind me sometimes. I've done that before. I'm thinking that people have seen what I'm seeing and they're not. It's another reason why I need another screen. Compare it to other superhero games. What other superhero games have there been, Kike, for me to compare it to? They're not any recent ones. I can and don't say the Avengers, because that, come on, don't bring that up. I can believe that if it's one of them. Well, hang on. Jago says I can believe that if it's one of them, it's Spider-Man, because Spider-Man is the most popular superhero worldwide. That's true. Jodie, I'm going to get you. No, you're not. It's a remaster. No, it's not. Right, so that's that. Let's close that down. It is not a remaster, Jake. Jago, I'm not getting into this again. It's not. Jago, it's a goddamn Wii port. Solid Python says Spider-Man is the only American superhero to get a manga and Japanese TV show as well. Oh, really? The only one? How does Batman sell in Japan? Batman what though? Batman merch? Batman movies? Batman comics? Batman... I have no idea if you have to give that data. Jago says yes, it's remastered. Indicate eyes check, shake my head, stop being wrong. Jago, you stop being wrong. That's who needs to stop you. You need to stop being wrong. She's an analyst. I'm not an analyst. I've got a pair of eyeballs that can see a game when the game has got a damn report. Okay? Roche said, oh great, arrived just on time to see Jodie hating on cut. Who did this? I see that thumbs up, Finny Mac. I'm not hating on... Oh my god. What? How does that mean hating on Kirby? Wait, hang on. I need to put this. Anger. Pikmin is the port. Pikmin 4 is not a port. If you think that is a port, then you've lost your goddamn mind. A port of what? What? You said Pikmin is the port. Who said Pikmin 4? You didn't specify which Pikmin. I'm like, what? If you say that, I was going to think the most recent Pikmin. You mean Pikmin 3 Deluxe? Jago, please explain to me how Pikmin 3 Deluxe is a port, but Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe is not a port. Jago, explain it to me. Explain it to me. There's literally a game called Pikmin. Oh my god. Jacob, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Why are we getting sidetracked? I guess every time Jacob comes in here and starts sidetracking. Kirby has new content and not understanding. That's not what this defines whether something is a port or not. That doesn't define it. I think they've put the fire out. I'm glad they worked really fast then. What I'm saying is the cloud the cloud was huge, but it's gotten way smaller now, and the colours changed as well. It's like a lighter colour. There's additional content. Oh my god, that goddamn Magnalore, goddamn. I know just one goddamn Magnalore level does not make it a goddamn new game. It's the same, not the same game, not the same content. Not you too, KR. It's the exact same game. There's additional section, additional music, additional everything. Oh my god. There's going to be additional you not getting J points. This is what it's going to be. Jodie's showing her YouTube video she can't count. There's over 20 new there. Jago, one long level. Jago is one long Magnador level. I don't care. I don't care, Jago. I've literally played it. I don't care if you played it or not. It's 20. I don't care, Jago. This is done. We're done with this. Where's the thing? Taking this off. Jago is insane. I said tweets. Insane messages. Of that meme of ceiling cat. Remember ceiling cat? Jodie will look at this and say it's one long route. Well, it is basically. You're just walking around and it is one long thing. What the hell is that? What is that even from, Kike? Is that from that show you was talking about, the Spider-Man show? Jago, I don't care how many skull emojis. You know all the skull emojis that you want, Jago. You got all the skull emojis that you want. Proof. What's proof of what? Put all the skull emojis you want, Jago. I don't care. You know, these skull emojis are not doing anything. Just get out of it. Oh my god. Right. I'm turning this off now. Turning this off. Okay. Let's go back to this. We're an hour in, so we just got time to start talking about our next topics. And I need to. Oh my god, I keep forgetting to pop out this chat, so I don't miss what's in the thingy chat. We probably tap to pop out. Okay. Solid Python says try to compare it with Marvel Ultimate Alliance on Switch. I can tell you what, without even looking at it, that Spider-Man 2018 sold more than Marvel's Ultimate Alliance on Switch. I mean, I don't need to look at anything to tell you that. I'll tell you that right now. There's no way it sold as much in Japan or anywhere. That game sold total like 1 million or something like that. Maybe if that. So it's not really a good comparison. It would have to be with like a similar game, and the problem is that there haven't been any similar, AAA budget superhero games in like a recent time frame. because either they're like way older, or the most recent other one is like, you got Marvel's Midnight Suns, which isn't, I wouldn't call that similar. That was a completely different style of game. It was like it's like a kind of an XCOM thing with card mechanics, right? I don't know if you can really compare that, and that game didn't do well at all. And then the other one would be Marvel's Avengers. You know, they're not really good. It's not really good comparisons. That game flops. Batman trilogy, the Arkham trilogy. I guess that would be the closest, most recent thing. Sorry, I mean the most similar to Spider-Man. That's the most recent. The Batman games. Even those are quite a few years old now. So yeah, it's unfortunate that there haven't been. I know there's some superhero games in development now. There's a Wonder Woman game in development. There's a Black Panther game in development, and obviously there's Spider-Man 2 and Wolverine. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate and a little bit weird that there hasn't been more capitalizing on superhero games. I honestly think the reason is that there have been just like over time there have been tons of superhero games, and I think just a lot of the old ones were kind of bad, and I think that there's maybe companies that didn't want to invest a lot of money into them because they weren't always the best and didn't perform the best. Because you remember, like, licensed games would be like, a lot of them would be not great, you know. Guardians, oh yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy, yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, no, that's good. Again, the only problem is that it's kind of more similar, although the structure of the game is different because you've got like multiple characters, but like that game flopped, man. So I don't know, that game flopped as well. Twitter.com, what's this? Pierre. Oh, it sold one. Okay, so Marvel's Ultimate Alliance 3 sold 1.6 million. Yeah, so like way less than Spider-Man. Come on, like that's what I said. I didn't even to look it up. I don't need to look it up to know that. There's no way it would perform the same at all. It is a no. Ultimate Alliance 3 didn't flop. That probably performed about as well you'd expect for that game. Unless you're talking about Guardians, which yeah, I heard that was Guardians. I heard that game was actually good. The reason we all know the reason it flopped. It's because Square Enix is a grossly mismanaged L company, right? Who just didn't even know how to market that game properly. That is the reason it flopped. Because the game apparently was significantly better than it was kind of portrayed in the marketing. Not only that, people were burned by Avengers. They were burned by that and didn't really want to give Guardians the time of day. Yeah, they assumed it was going to be the same, which it wasn't. It wasn't. The structure of it was very different. Avengers was a live service game, which now because that game flopped and what happened, they've well, I guess it's who bought their studio for Square Enix? It was like what are they called again? Like something group. Embracer Group. That's it. Yeah, thanks. The Embracer Group. Yeah, Embracer Group. Oh no, I forgot Gotham Knights. Gotham Knights. Oh no, it did release. I don't think Gotham Knights didn't release. It did release, right? Did Gotham Knights release? Did it release yet? Or did it get delayed? I feel like it got delayed. Hang on. Oh my god, did it release, Jago? Did that one go over my head so badly that it got beat to death? Is that why I thought it hadn't been released? Oh my god. Are you being serious? Oh my god. Here we go, the marketing excuse for Square Enix. Vinnie Mac, it's not an excuse. The marketing for Guardians of the Galaxy was abysmal. That's why the game flopped. Like, what? Jago! Oh, I mean, Vinnie Mac. You need to just let Square Enix take the L. They messed that up terribly. The marketing was terrible. Yes, the game was actually good, but it flopped because of Square Enix's crappy marketing and their stupid business practices and their whole way they run their company. That's why. Oh, I think the Suicide Squad. Okay, so Suicide Squad got delayed into like next year, right? Okay, I got those ones confused. Suicide Squad was the one that's delayed, but what's it called again? Sorry, no, it's called not the Batman game. Gotham Knights, yeah, Gotham Knights. That actually released. Okay, I literally completely just like forgot that it released. I forgot that released. I guess it did that badly. Jacob said it was beat to death. Ouch. Sam Monolith Soft Atlas, which that name is too long. I can't say that. Just Sam or Sam Atlas. Said Avengers flopped and everyone was worried about another so soon. Yes, because there wasn't that much. I don't know, was a gap between them. It was enough that people remembered. It was like soon enough that people remembered. Oh, I think they've put that fire out. The smoke's almost gone now. The marketing was not bad. People know exactly. Vinnie, you're tripping. Vinnie, you are tripping. The marketing wasn't bad. People know exactly what they were getting. They just didn't want to pull it. No, they didn't. Vinnie Mac. Kika says Suicide Squad is a game. Yes, indeed. It's a game. Indeed. Yeah. Sam Atlas says it didn't help that they showed the same trailer 10 times. Yeah. So I saw a fair bit of marketing for Guardians of the Galaxy at the time. It's just it didn't show the game in the best light, basically. You're thinking of Suicide Squad. Square Enix did Guardians. This is Jago. Sorry, Square Enix did Guardians a disservice. The game was built with so much love and care. Yeah. So apparently the game was really good. And I did see some of the gameplay. The problem was that the marketing was terrible. It was a completely single player game from what I know. I don't know. There might have been some like what do you call it, like skins or something in the game, but it wasn't like a live service game like Guardians was. So yeah. Vinnie Max says, I'm not going to allow low-hanging fruit marketing excuse. What the hell? Low-hanging fruit marketing excuse. You can't just trick people into buying something they don't want and then keep saying, well, they didn't market it correctly. Vinnie Mac, you listen, there may have been an aspect of like people just don't want the game, but I think that if the whole Avengers thing hadn't happened and the marketing was a bit better, that game could have done far better. Honestly, they not only that, it was like they released it like between like right in the middle of between the last two movies. I don't understand that timing either. That doesn't really. It's just kind of weird. If it had been closer to the movie, it could have got a boost from that. But like that's ridiculous as well. I don't know why they did that. Jago said this released in 2022 and it's like £20 brand new. Oh, Gotham Knights is like £20. Oh my god. Solid Python spitting facts in the YouTube chat. Okay, let me look at the YouTube chat. 1.6 million. What was I thought it was 1.3 on the thing. Oh, okay. Well, it didn't sell that well. Solid Python says Avengers and Guardians were only a year apart. People didn't know what Guardians was because everyone thought it was made by Avengers devs because of the Square association. That's true. It was a different studio, right? Wasn't one Crystal Dynamics and one was what was the other one? I've forgotten. Solid Python says Guardians was a truly great game. It doesn't even have any sort of co-op. It's just a single player action game. Yeah, it didn't have co-op. Even though you thought they might do that because of the multiple characters. Actually, I think you didn't play. I think you only got to play as Star-Lord. You couldn't play the other characters. Is that right? But that's trash. It's kind of trash. Why? Because I don't know. Solid Python says, sometimes the consumer is just dumb. It's got nothing to do with tricking consumers. The consumer didn't bother finding out while both games were made by separate studios. I've said this before. I said when games are advertised with marketing and everything, the average person doesn't even do like the most basic of research that you could pull up with a single, like, on everyone's got their phone in their hand, they have the internet at their fingertips, and they don't do basic research. That's what I said about the market. Atlas's decision to go with Xbox marketing for their recent games coming up, right? The average person, especially in Japan, right? They're not going to see a commercial for like Persona 3 Reload or whatever, see the Xbox commercial and think, oh, it probably is coming to PS4. Let me just whip out my phone and just quickly Google it. People just they don't even do that basic amount of effort. They'll just see that and just go, oh, it's an Xbox game, oh well, forget about that. That's what happens. That's literally, that's what happens. And people are more likely to think that in Japan because of just the way the market is there. They wouldn't necessarily, because Xbox got so little presence that if you see something with an Xbox logo on it, like, it's not like here where you might see that regularly, that there's games that will be marketed, like will have marketing with a platform holder, but you know it's going to be multi-platform, right? Like for example of a recent game, you know, I guess like you could say the Call of Duty, you know, obviously we know the whole situation with that, but you know, the PlayStation's had the marketing rights for that, so although they're multi-platform, all the marketing is, you know, PlayStation, so it's kind of like that situation, right? So yeah, that's why I think, like, I mean, we saw it happen with Scarlet Nexus, which had Xbox exclusive marketing. And people, like, straight up, people in Japan thought it was just an Xbox game, and they did not do any research to see, like, it literally takes 5 seconds to put up your phone, and like all you got to do is Google the name. You'd have to just put the name of it, and it would just come up. Like, you'd see the website, you'd see the profiles. People don't do research like that. They just don't. Yeah. So. Yeah, so I was just reading the comments basically, and we got into a whole like tangent and everything. But let's look at. I was going to go on to the next topic, right? So I need to look at this. Okay. Let's get on to the next topic, because it took me quite a while to read the comments. So. I'll do the next topic quickly. Talking of, you know, we're talking about some like games, you know, game like PlayStation in Japan or whatever, and games that, it's because of the way the market is, and it's so lopsided, right? So you got the market's completely lopsided in Japan. It just switches like, you know, 85-90% of the market, right? So if a game is not on Switch, right, so a game releases and it's not on Switch, right, that game, but it is on PlayStation, even if that game is also on Xbox and PC, which this game in question we're going to talk about is, which is Armored Core 6, in Japan it's a de facto PlayStation exclusive, right? It's just seen as, oh, that's a PlayStation exclusive game, right? Because Xbox has so little presence, right? So even if like the ads for this game, right? So say like an ad on the street. So there was just a poster for this on the street, right? It would have all the platforms. It would say Xbox, PlayStation, and PC, right? It would say that on the poster, right? But in the stores, in the game stores, right, because there's no physical Xbox version of this game, because there's not physical Xbox versions of almost no games in Japan, right? They just don't print them, because it's just, even before the Xbox Series S, we're talking about Xbox One, they barely printed them because it's just not worth printing them because so few sold, right? So they just stopped doing it after a while, right? So this game in the stores, because there's no physical Xbox version, and because obviously PC is digital, you don't go into a store and buy physical PC games anymore. The in-store poster, the in-store poster when you go into the store would just say PS4, PS5, which is what this game is releasing on, right? So if you just, Joe Schmo, right, you walk into a game store in Japan, right, you see there'll be in-store marketing and posters and stuff, and it'll be Armored Core 6, it'll say PS4, PS5, you look on the shelves and there's just PS4 and PS5 versions of this game. You don't see Xbox, you might not even know it's on PC, right? Some people might know that, I don't know, right? So it's just perceived, games will be like this, even though they are not PlayStation exclusive, in Japan they're perceived as PlayStation exclusive, right? So for any game that isn't on Switch, and is, it'll work vice versa as well. When it comes to like an Xbox game or Xbox marketing, it's just, oh my god, I think it started raining. It's like really heavy rain just started. So if a game has Xbox marketing, even if that game is multi-platform, right, or just assume a game is on all platforms, then people will see that in the Xbox, like, which they are advertising Persona 3 Reload with just Xbox on it, because I've seen the commercials they've shown, right? It'll have the Xbox logo at the beginning and it'll say Xbox and like Windows PC on it, right, on the thing, right? They don't put all the platforms on it. So the ones they've shown on TV for Persona 3 Reload have said that, and people in Japan, it's what I'm saying, it's not just Japan, this is everywhere. People just don't do research to see something like that. They'll just see what's presented to them, right? So there's so few ads for anything Xbox at all that people would just see that and just go, oh, it's an Xbox game, I'm not bothered with that. And that's it, that's that. And that's what happened to Scarlet Nexus. So, one sec, I need to have a drink. And it is absolutely raining cats and dogs at the moment. It just suddenly started pouring. Well, if they didn't put the fire out, it'll be out by now with this torrential rain that's going on. Let's see. Vinnie Mac says, so I agree. I'm going to agree with you on that. Then we can't say it's a marketing issue if the consumer is not interested enough in the game. That can happen, Vinnie Mac, but like I think it's particularly in the case of Guardians. I definitely think that game would have sold better if the situation with Avengers hadn't happened, if the situation with the marketing had been better, if they had positioned it closer to one of the movies. It was literally in between two of the movies, like right smack bang in the middle. It wasn't close enough to either of them for them to have a direct effect from the movie. So I think you have to cut, in order to have an effect like that from a movie, you've got to be less than a year from when the movie came out. So maybe 6 months, 9 months, then you'll be okay. But if it's way more than that, then yeah, movie or TV show. Because I think so we saw with the Last of Us TV show, and then they released Last of Us Part 1. That was several it was months apart, right? It was months. It wasn't literally right next to it, but it was months after. So it needs to be something like that. Oh, now there's a rainbow because it's really pouring and the sun's coming out a bit. It's a huge rainbow. Solid Python says, no, any small steps count, and being more informed helps to push the consumer to buy something they're misinformed on. I remember some people who thought Guardians was a live service game. Yeah, people did. People definitely did. So what's interesting about Armored Core 6 in particular, why I wanted to talk about this, because this game is made by From Software. Internationally it's been published by Bandai Namco, but From Software, they self-publish the games in Japan, but anyway, that's by the by. Basically, From Software is just a much more well-known and famous company than it was when the when the last Armored Core came out. The last Armored Core 5, came out in, oh my gosh, I wanna say it was a PS3 game. It's like PS3, right? Wasn't it like nearly 10 years ago? I'll have to look it up on here, man. I don't even know. Hang on. Armored Core. Oh look, I did it before. So, Armored Core 5, yeah, it was on PlayStation 3. It was on the 360 as well. Yes, it actually was also on the 360. So, yeah, I sold about 30,000 on the 360, was it? There you go. Okay, yeah, 30,000 total. So, yeah, so when the last game came out, it was a PlayStation 3. It's in 2012. So this is, well, you know, it's over 10 years ago. After the last game came out. Oh my god, there's an absolutely enormous rainbow. It's a colossal rainbow is just stretching across London right now that I can see in front of me. You can't see it, but I can. So it's really interesting. I don't know about interesting, but yeah, I like. First, it was a giant fire, and then there was like pouring rain, and now I can't even see into the distance because the rain's so thick. And now it's just a colossal rainbow. So there you go. Okay, so what's interesting is, yeah, so it's been so long that what the performance of this new game will be, and I think it will be boosted by From Software's reputation now. For instance, this is by far, like far the best reviewing Armored Core game, right? And I think the other games reviewed in the 70s. So let's have a quick look on the Metacritic. Okay, yes, a lot higher. Okay, so the Armored Core games did not review well. I wouldn't call this that well. Okay, so like Armored Core Verdict Day was a 66. Armored Core 5 was a 65. So it's gone from a 65 to an 87. Armored Core 2 was a 78. And these, what are these like? These are like spin-off games or something. Armored Core Last Ravens 59. Armored Core 4 was 65. Armored Core 3 Portable was a 43. Ouch. But I guess that's like a re-release, or yeah, like a PSP version. Armored Core 4 Answer was a 62. Armored Core 3 was a 74. Armored Core 4 Answer on the 360 was a 74. So yeah, you get what I'm going at, right? The games did not review well. It didn't review well. I don't know, I guess back then people just didn't care. Like, just like, what, you know, I don't know. So this is by far reviewed like way higher than any of the other games. Okay, so you know, low key there's a low key bump there. There's a low key Souls bump going on. There's nothing going. Oh no, I didn't see. Oh my god! Oh no! There's like a 43 new comments on the Discord live chat. I forgot. Oh god, Jago, I did it again. I forgot to scroll up. I didn't see these comments. Oh no! Oh god. Okay. I'm going to have to try and read these 43 new comments. Oh, hang on. Hold on. Okay, I will get through these comments. I'm so sorry, everyone. I didn't see. Wait, I'm so sorry. You can probably hear that thunder now, right? There's been some wild weather going on today. I'm sorry, I didn't see your comments. Gotham Knights launched at $70. This is Jago said this. Gotham Knights launched at $70 too, or 70. Was it £70? What do you mean $70? I guess you mean $70, and it hasn't even been a year. When did that game come out? Finimax says Guardians of the Galaxy being affected by Avengers isn't marketing. Then it is people didn't want the game. No, but that is marketing, because they should have made it clear it wasn't a live service game in the marketing. They didn't. Jago says Square Enix should have marketed it better to show people that they weren't the same game. Yeah, so they weren't the same style of game. One sec. Kika says it was Square Enix Montreal. So this is Square Enix Montreal that made Guardians. Okay. Avengers had multiple devs. Wasn't Crystal Dynamic the lead on that though? Vinnie Mac says, I don't know how you can market the game any differently from what they did. God, like we're not like you know, marketers and PR people. I'm sure there are people that's job it is who could have thought of something better. You know, just because you can't think of something better, Vinnie Mac, doesn't mean there isn't something better. Just because of your lack of imagination, right? So, you know, there probably is a way that they could have done improved the way they marketed the game. Jago says it was Eidos Montreal and Crystal Dynamics. Okay, was it called Eidos Montreal? Not okay. Square Enix. There was a Square Enix Montreal as well though, right? Man, Square Enix. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm getting into a rant about Square Enix. Vinnie Mac says, if you remember, there was a PlayStation showcase that demonstrated a portion of the game. You can't get better than that. I don't remember that. I remember there was like a Square Enix had their own showcase thing where they showed like this 20-minute section of the game, and oh my god, don't get me started now, Vinnie Mac. That was the same year that Neo: The World's End Review came out, right? And they did not show it in the E3 showcase they had that year. They didn't even acknowledge it existed in that thing. They did not show it at all. And that game was about to come out in July, and it was June. They didn't show it, and then that game flopped. It was a bomber. It completely flopped. They didn't market that game. You're trying to say there's a problem with Square Enix marketing. They didn't even market that bloody game. They barely marketed it. They just sent it out to die. Jago says average person isn't going to watch that though. The average person, yeah, it's more hardcore people probably that watch these showcases and stuff like that anyway. J Alpha says, I'm surprised Scarlet Nexus never made... I'm not. I'm surprised Scarlet Nexus never made it Switch. I tried it on PC and compared to Astral Chain, it felt sluggish. So here is why I am not surprised. J Alpha, right? And this is to do with Bandai Namco and their fraudulence, alright? Bandai Namco has some weirdo, this is Harada, the guys in charge of Bandai Namco Studios, right? Has some weirdo fraudulent policies of where they will just not put certain, any games from Bandai Namco Studios do not go on Switch at all. It doesn't matter what the game is, how you think it's going to run, it doesn't matter what the game is, they do not go on Switch. That's the first thing. They've just decided that. It was, you know, Harada and it's all the people there that have just decided that, okay? And other games, right, so Bandai Namco is weird, right? So, some games, that studio, certain games franchises do not go on Switch at all. Other things, they will put exclusively on Switch, right? And they've done like the Taiko games, for example. I know that they've released some other, but they start off exclusively on Switch. The Fishing Spirits game, I think that one actually is only on Switch. Things like that, some other games I can't think of right now, and games that they refuse to put on Switch. Like for example, where they refuse to put these Idolmaster games on Switch. They just won't do it. And like Idolmaster console games are basically dead now because they just sold lower and lower and lower and lower, and they just, not even the old ones, not the ones that were on the Vita or whatever, they didn't put any of them on Switch at all. So they just do not want to. This is when you look at you to realise with these companies, especially these Japanese companies that got these, you know, kind of, you know, strange decisions that they make and things like that, is that they just do not want to do it. That's the reason. The reason why. Oh, why is this? Why this game? If you don't put this game on Switch, is going to underperform in Japan. So it's a thing. Either they know that and they don't care, right? Or they are complacent enough to think that their sales will not go down in Japan. It's one of those two things, in my opinion. Red Hood says, sorry I'm late. Oh no, you don't have to apologise. You don't even, thanks for turning up at all. Sorry I'm late, but yeah, I agree. People don't do research. Heck, like, for example, Persona 3 Reload trailers, in the comment section, people think it's Xbox exclusive. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I was just telling people, because Xbox exclusive is not true, but they don't do like a basic. That's what I said. Because all the things only say Xbox on it, right? The average person does not do. They don't see that and think, oh yes, that's a multi-platform game, or oh, let me check. Like, especially in, I don't know if you heard what I said before, Red Hood, if you was there or not, or I explained about Japan and how it's perceived there, that basically any game that's not on Switch is a de facto PlayStation exclusive, even if it is also on Xbox, because Xbox just has no presence at all. And like in the stores, the in-game posters, because there's no physical Xbox version, will only say PlayStation on it. And obviously there's no physical PC versions either. VMAX says, I think the game itself was slow paced and different. It was high energy astral chain. Okay, you're talking about Scarlet Nexus and Astral Chain. So I guess I can hear the rain. Yeah, it's heavy rain. Me too. Oh, you heard it? Oh man. January 2012. I'm not sure what that's in response to. Is that about Armored Core? KR says, but they're not part of Square Enix, and Mad Matsuda is no longer CEO. Air guitar, airbrush, Kiryu is focus on the W's and yeah, Matsuda's gone. I don't know if air guitar, airbrush, Kiryu is he has even acknowledged that Taito exists. I've never heard him say, I don't know what Taito come out of his mouth. He's never even said anything about Taito. Man's canon has been saved by this man. I go, what is that from? It's like goddamn Terminator. Do they make Terminator games? I don't know what that image is, what that game is from. Did somebody say Rainbow? Rainbow Islands. What is that? Rainbow Islands. The story of Bubble Bubble. Oh, it's a Bubble Bubble game. I like those Bubble Bubble games. It was £70? Was it, Jago? It was actually 70 British pounds. Oh my god. That is absolutely insane. Okay, because if it's £70, then a £70 game at £70, it's like $90 US for people who don't know the conversion. It's like 90 plus US dollars for that. That is insane. That is like with Sony first party games are £70, and I think 70 to 80 euros as well, which is insane when you look at the conversion. So yeah, so oh my god, Sony's fraudulent as well. They the way they've priced. We're gonna get onto this. The way they've priced the PlayStation Portal in Europe is absolutely fraudulent. It released October 2022. Oh my god, so it's not even a year old yet. It was 70, yeah, so it seems like it was $70 in the US and £70 here, which is the equivalent of over 90, it'll be over $90 if you convert the actual worth of it, because a pound is worth more than $1. So that's how it is, yeah. Jago says, Eidos Montreal, Square Enix Montreal, different developers. Okay, alright, they are different developers. It was $70, but we're British. So hang on, was it £70? Was it £70 here or $70? Or do? Oh my god, you need to be. I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Yeah, makes sense that it is pretty cool. Okay, it was £70. Oh my god. So yeah, you convert it back and it's $96. The way Sony prices anything, they price it that way, right? Because they can get away with it. I mean, that's what it is. It was £70. Yeah, that's insane. That's absolutely insane. £70. Get out of here with that crap. Absolutely get out of here. Hang on. Yes, it was £70 because people over here buy anything in PlayStation. That is true. Which will be interesting to see how this thing sells. Now, I'm trying to keep up to date with these comments. But there's a lot of comments, so give me a sec. I'll try not to miss them. Vinnie Mac's been going off on one in the YouTube comments. But Solid Python 99 says, no, any small steps count, and being more informed helps to push the consumer to buying something they're misinformed on. I remember some people who thought Guardians of the Life Service game. Vinnie Mac, yeah, I just have a hard time with this it. I guess you mean is just wasn't marketed. No, not that it wasn't marketed. No, not that it wasn't marketed. It's the marketing was bad. As for a catch-all, when something does well or when something doesn't do well, and ignore everything else going on around it. 1, 2. God of War Ragnarok in Tears of the Kingdom were not marketed high. Yes, they was. Are you? Feeling like, have you lost your mind? You're trying to say God of War Ragnarok and Tears of the Kingdom were not marketed highly? Have you taken leave of your senses? Did you not see the giant ass marketing campaigns for both of those two games? What? They had enormous amount. Both of those games had absolutely colossal marketing campaigns, Vinnie Mac. What? Vinnie Mac, are you on another planet? What? They didn't have big marketing campaigns. Starfield. Okay, that's a different game, right? So those first two games are already out, or we've seen the marketing campaigns for those. They were enormous. Starfield, how long is that coming? Starfield is a bit of a different matter, like the marketing, because I think okay, so are we like a week or two out from Starfield? Somebody let me know how far when Starfield comes out. By the time we had got to this point with the two games you mentioned, Ragnarok and Tears of the Kingdom, by the time we had got like this close to those games releasing, there was just a huge marketing campaign. But I can't say that I've seen that much marketing for Starfield, like as much. But I don't know. Maybe so let me know your opinions, everybody. Like, I don't know how. I don't know when the Starfield come out. Does anyone know? So Python says God of War and Zelda are also much bigger IPs than Guardians, so that comparison is mute. Yes. Well, at least in terms of video games. Because Guardians hasn't really had I don't know if it had any video game. I guess it must have had a game at some point. But I can't think of one. Vinnie Mac says, I thought we were talking about marketing strategies, not how big the IP is. Even if we all agree with that, then marketing doesn't really play an issue if you're really interested in the product. Yes, it does, pretty much. If it didn't play if it played no role like that, then companies would spend far less on any type of marketing like that. And when if it made no difference, they do those giant marketing campaigns for a reason. Like the two games you mentioned, God of War, Ragnarok and Zelda, were both excellently marketed in my opinion. The marketing campaigns were very good. Yeah, they were very good marketing campaigns. Let's see what. Solid Python says Guardians of the Galaxy isn't a long-running game in series. Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I was just kind of saying. Like God of War, Zelda, Telltale Solace games, Guardians needs anything. Yeah, and in terms of Marvel, like until the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, most people hadn't even heard of Guardians of the Galaxy. Now I did, because I read the comics, like, but Guardians of the Galaxy has been around for quite a while, but most people hadn't heard of it. They didn't even know it was a thing, right? In terms of video games, there hadn't really been much of any like video games of Guardians of the Galaxy, and I think they had like I don't know if there was an actual Guardians of the Galaxy game, but they had characters from Guardians of the Galaxy in various games. Now I used to play this game. It was a mobile game called Marvel's Contest of Champions. I don't want to talk about this, but I was addicted to that game for a while, right? I mean, I was addicted to that game, right? It was a gacha game, and I spent money on it. I spent money on that goddamn game. You know, and they had, for instance, in that they had they had the Guardians of the Galaxy in that, and that was before the first. I think it was before the first movie came out. They had them all in that. So I'm sure they were in other games that I just don't know of. Solid Python says everything went against Guardians the day it was revealed. I was there during E3. You was there? You was at E3? During that E3 when it was revealed, the majority of Twitter bots about how they're not going to buy it because it was Avengers. Because of Avengers, yeah. Hi JCat. Hi Dank Mini Center. Hi, Dank Mini. No, my bots don't work anymore. The Streamlabs bot doesn't show up here to tweet out to put the link in the thing. No, it's working, and my other mods weren't here. Well, Jago, you're a mod. Why have you not been modding here? What the hell? Why do I mod people? Luckily nothing's happened. Solid Python says the negative buzz when Jago, I can't read both of the chats at the same time. I will scroll down on Discord. The negative. Well, hang on. I can't scroll down. I'm scrolls down. I'll read that. I can't read them both at the same time, Jago. I can't. Okay, so let's see this one. Oh god, don't do that. Solid Python is that negative buzz that then transfers to the more general talk with general consumers who only hear the developers who made that mid-Avengers game are making Guardians skip, and it wasn't even the same the same devs, right? Solid Python 99 says you can't sell your games only on hardcore, and people who love the IP need more normies who trust the IP and developer. Exactly. For something like Guardians, they wanted normies to buy that game. So they spent like AAA money on it. They wanted normies to buy the game, basically. Mousy says, yo, I'm here for big, and no, I'm not working today. I'm on vacay, but I'm driving. Oh, are you on vacation? Nice. Welcome, Mousy. Jago, I will scroll down in a sec. Vinny Mac, yeah, a month before the games come out. Vinny Mac says, Jodie, you're oh my god. Jodie, you are fundamentally wrong. You must have forgot about all the conversations about those people that were complaining on Twitter, whatever, didn't know what the try not to swear. They didn't know what the F they were talking about. We're talking about more than a month of those games coming out. They was complaining of there not being any marketing. Right? That is not how marketing works for this type of they don't start marketing it that early. It was more than a month. Way more than a month. People were complaining about the lack of marketing for those games. And that's what I feel like. And there was marketing. And they both had huge. I don't care what just some fools on Twitter are saying. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Alright. Those games had. Oh my god! I got a message. Those games had huge marketing campaigns. Yeah, so I remember people that got complained and nobody was talking about. Jago says, yeah, they just saw Square Enix and wrote it off exactly. And Square Enix got shot of their studios eventually, obviously. Now, to chat. So, okay. I'm trying to read all the comments. Chaos posted this bubble. That is definitely me. Trying to read all the comments. It's not normal. I don't know what's going on today. It's not normally even in this business. It's not even normally in this comments. Yeah. Which Bubble game is that? J-Cat, I'm reading my own name in the thing. You're writing to me, sorry. Red Hood says to J-Cat, aka me. While I'm an Xbox player, I won't deny that Xbox in Japan sells poorly or basically nothing at all. I'll say extremely poorly. Also, Starfield comes out on September. Oh, okay, that is really soon. It's September 6th, or if you buy the deluxe edition to get it to play on August 31st, which is soon as well. Because we're on the 25th of August now, so this is like so a week until the deluxe thing, a week until the deluxe one, and then another week out from that. So we're like 2 weeks away, and I feel like by this point, by 2 weeks before what do you call it, Ragnarok and Tears of the Kingdom, I feel like they had started their giant marketing campaigns by that point. I don't think you could say that those had like no marketing at all. The marketing campaigns were enormous. They were huge marketing campaigns. It was like non-stop marketing for those games. It was wild what they did. Oh, Vinny Mac, you're here in the waiting. Why didn't you say I was in the waiting room? Are you in the waiting room? Oh, you've been waiting for 2 minutes. Vinny Mac, please hang on in the waiting room as I just finish off these comments. A lot of people want to seem to play it early. Yes. So that's the thing. With that staggered, it's essentially it's like a staggered release. So the marketing, they may get it up for the the release date, the September official release date, and get all the marketing towards that, but not the 31st release date, if you see what I mean, because of the week difference. So that might be part of it as well. But even then, we're still like 2 weeks away from the 6th. So I don't know, man. Red Hood says, oh yeah, with all the leaks, I wouldn't be surprised. Heck, like the leaker. What leaker? For what? Who leaked what? That leaker got arrested. Leaker got arrested for what? What happened? She needs to say, I know I need a second monitor. Jago, I know I need to sort it out. JK, are you much of a PC gamer? Does high refresh rate matter to you? I'm basically not a PC gamer. The only game I really played a lot on PC was Final Fantasy 14, and that I was, I had it low settings so that it could run like close to 60. Bear in mind my PC's kind of old, and my monitor has a refresh rate that goes up to 75 Hertz. High refresh rate doesn't matter because I'm not playing the sort of games where high refresh rate matters. Yeah, that's basically what I have. I have a 1440p 60 Hertz monitor. The one I have now is 1440p 60 Hertz, or it can go up to 75. But that's the one I've got now. Wrong reply. Oops, wrong reply. It's like Dank Mean Center says traditional marketing has evolved to keep up with 24/7 short attention span. Yeah. So yeah, I just need another monitor for the maybe I'll just dig out that old monitor that I've got for the time being until I think of something. But yeah, it's really. But I understand why streamers have multiple monitors. It's just impossible with just one monitor. Or I think that I have my giant ass TV like right behind me, but like which my computer is connected up to. So that's occasionally if I want to play a game on the or do stuff on use the PC from the sofa. But like I can't it's too difficult to use that. Even though I have my TV's on like a you can turn it with on the stand it's on the wall. You can turn it around and stuff like that, but I'd still have to look behind me to use that, so it wouldn't really work. Right, Vinny Mac, I'm going to bring you in, and then I need to quickly get up and turn these lights on, so it's getting dark in my flat. 1 secondo. Yeah, Dan Queen's an ultra ride would work, but I wouldn't do that because I mean I don't want to just get rid of the monitor that I've got already. So I'll dig out the old monitor that is like, it's super old. That monitor is in like 4.3, and needs to connect it up with, like, you know, the pins, that the thing, and it works fine. It's just a very old monitor, and that it would be able to work. And because I could just have that one and put the comments on that one, and then keep, you know, everything else I need to look at on you know, the monitor that I have now. Which I said, the monitor I have now is like an Asus, and it is 1440p. There you go. It's 1440p, 60/75 hertz. So, and it's like 27 inches, I think. So it's, you know, decent-ish monitor. Redhead says, I wasn't kidding about the leak being narrated. What the hell? I didn't know this happened. A man whose leaked Starfield's gameplay went viral has been arrested for allegedly stealing and attempted to sell copies of the game online. What? What the heck? But they stole it from where? Okay, because normally when this happens, it's like, oh, well, they got a copy of the game early from like a mum and pop store or whatever. Darren has published extended early gameplay footage online earlier this week. Okay, so this happened. I didn't even know this was a thing. I didn't know that happened. Oh dang! So, oh god, my mouse isn't working. Hang on. What the hell? Oh, because there's a wireless mouse. This thing the little dongle plays up sometime. Yeah, okay, so this person was from Tennessee in the States. He's facing a felony charge from $2,500 to $10,000 worth of stolen property. So they stole that? Okay, so did they like break into a store and sell this and steal this then? Because how would those... Do you know what I mean? They must have broken into a store to if it was this amount of stolen property, which is more than like a game or a couple of games, right? Yeah, that's wild. Okay, yeah. So I didn't know. Yeah, Harris tweeted a review of the game in which he referenced Starfield director Todd Howard and addressed online reactions to how he'd played it. I ain't mad, I know what happens, he said. That game's smooth. For all gamers out there who want a different kind of game, that's definitely something to get. It takes time, you have to read it. You can't jump into it. You'll be jumping around like I was for a minute. Todd, no offense, man. That's a good game. Perfect timing about leaving Earth and all that. Pretty good stuff. Pretty swell. Good. The way this I don't know, man. Remember, this is an American thing, the way he's talking. They were saying, I played like a beginner because I'm not a game expert. I was just trying something out. That's a good game. Y'all don't want to miss it. Starfield for real. Is this... Oh, yeah. Thank you for telling me that. I left the Discord up again. Dummy. This is why I need another monitor. This is why I need another monitor. Sorry. Oh, not that one. It's the wrong one. And then I went and clicked the wrong thing. Oh no, can you see that? Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry. There. This is what I was looking at. I read it out anyway, basically, but this is what I was looking at. First review, and here is no offense. So this is the person that did it. Well, I just read out the video, so I'm not gonna do that again. It's alleged that Harris was responsible for uploading listings for multiple copies of the game, including its $300 consolation edition to the Japanese e-commerce platform Akai. How he managed to obtain copies of the game prior to its official release is unclear. Okay, so to me it sounds like he broke into a store, but I don't know, man. Because you can't play the digital version of the game because you're locked out or whatever. I think oh no, someone mentioned that to me the other day that somebody got the consolation collector's edition early, This was in Benji's chat the other day, and it was actually came from the Bethesda store. They sent it out early for some reason, but you can't play the game anyway because it's a digital copy and it's you locked out of it. Redhead says to Dank Plus, I wanted to show this one and not the other links because for one the context and the other two got the leaker's mud shot since people were showing it on Twitter. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I don't know if that's the person who leaked the game. I don't know. But yeah, okay. So it got leaked. I actually wasn't aware of that. Redhead, thanks for telling me. Was not aware. So I guess it got leaked, but I mean, Bethesda may have tried to, get rid of it. Like, once the cat's out the bag on the internet, you can't put the cat back in. Okay, let's bring in Vinny. Oh, Vinny Mac's here. Vinny Mac, when you're ready. And the next thing I'd like to talk about, I wanted to talk about the sales potential of Armored Core 6. Well, I guess we've gone off that subject now. I had to read so many comments that I guess we'll just leave that now. I'll talk about it. Oh no, the game's gonna be out. Oh no, I won't have a chance to talk about it. But we'll just see what it sells, yeah? I don't know what it's going to sell. It's probably going to be more. My original prediction was like sub 100k, but I think it could go over that now. But yeah, I think I'd like to talk about the PlayStation Portable next. But let's see what Vinny Mac's got to say. Vinny Mac, welcome.
Hey Ken, how you doing? Thanks for having me on your show. I wanted to talk about marketing, but we can move forward and talk about the PlayStation Portable or whatever other topic you want to talk about, and I'll just chime in.
The only thing I do not want to talk about is subscription services. Jago, why are you pinging me like 5 times? What's up? What am I missing? Am I missing YouTube comments? Did I leave the Discord up on the thing? What did I do? Well, what's happened in the waiting room? Oh, Jago's in the waiting room. Okay, we'll bring Jago. Wait a second. Let me see what Vinny Mac has to say, and I'll bring you in. So sorry, Vinny Mac, please say that again.
So I wanted to talk about marketing and how we have no discussion about marketing, but that may have been a little bit overblown at this point. So we can go ahead and move on, and we'll just chat about it another time. So if you want to talk about the PlayStation Portable, I'll just chime in with my own thoughts.
Yeah, let's talk about the PlayStation Portable. So if you want to talk about the PlayStation Portable, yeah, I'm still on the Twitter post of Split. Yeah, I know, but I've got some guests in here, so we'll look at that in a bit. But let's bring Jago in as well, so we can all talk about PlayStation you said Portable. I guess it's just Portal. They did that deliberately. So you
it's a PlayStation Portal, so they can still capitalize on the PSP.
Yeah, well, it's pretty clever. It's a pretty clever. I never thought they'd come out with a name that good, but I actually think it's a good name. Kind of, yeah, it's a throwback, and it kind of a little bit describes what it is. It's not its own platform. You're portaling to something else. Kind of, I guess that's what that was going for.
Yes,
welcome, Jago.
PS5. Yes, it's a portal to the PS5.
Yeah,
it's overpriced as hell.
Well, there's that.
It's overpriced as hell. So
in the UK, it's way more expensive than it is in the US. Okay, so the US, they keep the prices down, but
for any Americans watching, the equivalent price is $255.
Yeah.
I could buy a Nintendo Switch for that.
Yeah. So when you do the conversion, basically it's $199 and 199 British pounds. And a pound is worth way more than $1, so it works out, if you convert it back, it's $254. So I think if that launched in the price is at $250, or probably just $250 in the US, people would be kicking up a fuss. Yeah.
Absolutely.
They would have been.
Well, the UK belongs to PlayStation, isn't that right?
He said the UK belongs to PlayStation, as in like they have a
slice
of
I mean,
market here.
People here will buy anything with PlayStation's branding on it.
So it makes sense from a sales program if that region really absorbs.
Absolutely, but I'm still going to complain.
It's straight
BS. I'm still going to complain
because they do it for all PlayStation products now. That they're all more expensive in Europe
they
because
increased the price of the PS5 from £450 to £480. It's way more expensive than it was if you convert it to what the quote-unquote standard would be, which is US dollars. Here's the most egregious one: the DualSense Edge £210 versus $200. I'm gonna swear, so I'm gonna stop.
Please do not swear, Jacob. I managed to not swear most of the time. I managed to not swear. But yeah, no, it's pretty egregious with the pricing. I think it's because they do. PlayStation has Europe basically, right? And yes. they want to be competitive with Xbox in the States, which is the only front they're really battling with them with. Although at this moment, this what's going on right now, this generation right now, I think the PS5 is like pretty much stomping the Xbox in the US. But I don't know. I think it's not
sure about the US, but worldwide it's almost 2-1.
It's almost 2-1. Yeah. So in the US we don't have numbers, but every week, so every month in NPD it'll be like PlayStation first or second, and then Xbox is like dead last.
Yeah, that's true. Apart from the couple of months it was first.
It was like a couple of months, right?
Yeah, and people were speculating that Microsoft was overpaying for parts.
Oh yeah, they probably were. Yeah, during the shortages, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So go ahead. I'm just typing, but muting myself so that people don't hear me on the stream.
I can't.
So Jacob, give me your thoughts on this PlayStation Portal. What you think of it?
Well, since it's a DualSense with a tablet in the middle, I assume it's gonna be comfortable as hell, right? Like visually, it doesn't look good, but I'm just thinking about it from ergonomically, that thing's gonna feel great in the hand. So you're gonna sit there and play games all the time. At least I would, because remote play works great for me. I don't know about other people. Remote play is incredible for me. I use remote play all the time, and I'm playing on my desk.
So I want to try it out. I haven't tried out remote player, but I want to try it with just like my laptop or my tablet. But I'm not. Yeah, I don't think I need to buy this one. Now apparently the Portal is very comfortable, and you would think it would be, since it's basically a DualSense, right? It cut in half.
Yeah, and the DualSense
DualSense is comfortable. I do like the DualSense, but it's a very good controller.
The DualSense is worth the price. Hell yeah.
But I think since I already have a DualSense, that I would just use my DualSense that I have now and just like do it with the laptop or the tablet. You know what I mean?
I haven't tried remote play on my iPad or my phone, because I don't really use those to play games. I use those to talk to people and watch content. So I mean, if I was feeling extra lazy, then I could see a use case for me having the PlayStation Portal. But I'm very against the price.
At that price? No. If it was like £100, right? I guess they probably wouldn't sell it like 100.
If it was like 160, then I'd be like all over it.
Yeah,
maybe.
That would be like more like the sweet point of that.
Actually, I wouldn't be all over it, but I would be a lot more inclined to purchase.
Yeah, I think like it's just more justifiable at that price, in my opinion. But basically, $199 for something that doesn't have its own. Now, yeah, I'm gonna pull up the details of. I'm just looking at Gamatsu. I don't know if Gamatsu has all the details. I guess they have.
And if you want details, you can just go to PlayStation blog as well.
Okay, I'll look at PlayStation PS blog.
Now again, this product is for the enthusiasts, so it's not really for the casual market. It is for the enthusiasts. So even those above hardcore, I'll probably even define, because it has a very specific use for it. Until they decide they may want to have games that may benefit better from the Portal, maybe dual screen, crossplay, whatever. But this is going to be for the enthusiasts. So I don't know if this is for the every man with the PlayStation 5.
I don't know if this is for the enthusiast, really. Like,
what do you mean, Jago? Or what do you think?
Would enthusiasts be okay with a remote player?
I think
I mean,
in general they
I'd
prefer native.
I'd consider myself an enthusiast as a whole, but not really a PlayStation enthusiast anymore.
Right.
Because
So
PlayStation just irritates me to no end these days.
Neo Gym Run PlayStation, yes. Refer to my thumbnail, please, everybody. Refer to the thumbnail I've used. But yeah, I think enthusiasts prefer native games running natively, right? You look at...
I don't know if I would agree with that. So, to you, what's the difference between a hardcore gamer and an enthusiast?
I wasn't making any distinction between that. You could say that those are the one and the same. I don't know. It's just a different term for like the same thing. Somebody who's like way more invested in terms of their time and money and like their leisure time that they are doing gaming. Speaking of which, I want to both study and play a little bit of Final Fantasy 16 this evening. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do that, but it's already 8 o'clock. So we're not going crazy long on this show, okay? Because I've got to do that and I've got to get dinner and everything. And then I need to I've got to get up early as well, so I don't have time to do all that. Anyway, yeah, that you're spending more of your your leisure time gaming and doing stuff. Because some people, they have game machines and they game, but they play like occasionally or just a little bit, you know.
Yeah, I know quite a few people like that. Like at my workplace. I mean, at my workplace, I'm one of the youngest. And a lot of them, they would have like a PlayStation or an Xbox in their house, and they use it to play games every so often. And if they're playing a game, then it's either something they probably played in their 20s, or they're using it for like YouTube or Disney Plus.
Oh, really?
Or Netflix. Yeah. One colleague, he's definitely more into it, and he's almost 50, so obviously this is not everyone, but yeah, I was able to convince him to get Jedi Fallen Order, because I mean he was an avid gamer in the 7th generation, and EA became EA in the 7th gen, so he became very apprehensive of Fallen Order, but I was glad I was able to convince him to buy it, and he's loved it. I told him not to get Jedi Survivor, at least not yet.
Why? Because of the price? Or just wait for the
No,
price?
because of the performance.
Oh yeah, because I forgot that had performance issues at launch, right?
It lags as soon as you turn it on, and it's showing Respawn Entertainment and EA's logos.
Really?
I hate it. Yes, you can see the.
I didn't know that. Take it away, swell.
No. You can see the frames chugging. You can count them.
What, on the PlayStation 5?
Yes, I opened the.
Really?
If you look on my profile on PS5, it will say I played the game for like a minute.
Oh, because you bought it.
Because I saw it. Yeah,
did you buy
I saw
it at
it.
launch?
Yeah, I
Oh,
saw
no.
it, and then I saw it, and I was like, nope.
Damn. But they patched it since then, right? Or
They haven't patched it in a couple of months,
okay. Yeah, that.
and it's still not great.
That's not great because I think that the game got decent reviews, but was probably let down by that, so it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't read reviews. I'm not a review reader. I'm someone that if the trailers are enough to convince me, then that's enough for me.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily too interested in other people's opinions.
I mean, I get that, but I mean, like,
I think it got an 85
I think that,
on Metacritic,
yeah.
and I'm going to assume that the reviewers did what they did to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, where those games went down from they debuted at like 79 and went all the way down to I think they're high 60s now, because of the frame rate and graphical issues. I would assume that they also docked points from the game because of that. And if that's the case, then the game could have been in the 90s, which is quite exciting.
What was the game before? What was the one before? What did
Jedi Fallen Order got like an 82 or an 81 or an 83 around then.
Oh, it's 7. I'm seeing 79 on here.
Oh damn.
For Fallen Order, 79.
Yeah.
And what's the other one? What's the new one called? Survivor.
Jedi Survivor.
Jedi Survivor. Oh, you got to type in the exact thing. That's annoying.
Yeah. You had it there for a second. Go
Did
back.
I?
SG. Yeah. Metacritic has movies and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Survivor.
Okay, no, it's like 85 on PS5 and then 84 on Xbox Series.
Mm-hmm.
And on PC,
It was 78.
Okay, so you probably had more issues on PC.
Considering what we saw from PC at launch, I find this is kind of weird, because what we saw on PC at launch was people with the highest grade consumer gaming PCs weren't able to run the game at above 30 FPS at 720p.
Really?
Yeah, the game was completely broken.
Dang.
It was completely broken on PC. So I was like, I'm glad I never got on PC. Then I got home.
How did it even get even as high as 30 if it was running that badly? I guess it was. I know this trailer it looks perfect that they have here. Doesn't look as any issues at all.
The trailers were all really good. You can see some minor frame drops and whatnot, but yeah, the trailers for the game were really great.
See, I'm not even into Star Wars, and I would probably play one of these games at some point.
If you do plan to play a Star Wars game, I highly recommend Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah, that's the one I'll get, which is probably like really cheap by now, right?
Probably. I pre-ordered it on PC back in 2019. That's how excited I was. And then it came out the same day as Pokemon, so then I had to wait.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm not even into Star Wars like that at all. But, you know, it looks pretty fun. I'm still playing FF16 at the moment. Yeah, but, anyway.
Aren't you still playing Breath of the Wild 2?
No, I haven't even started, quote-unquote, Breath of the Wild 2. Oh, you mean? Oh, okay. No, but
I don't mean Tears of the Kingdom.
Do you mean? Okay, you mean the DLC? Yeah. Okay. So what happened is that, like, I took so long that FF16 came out and I dropped that to play FF16, and then once I started playing that, I'm like, well, I might as well just finish this now. But even that I've been taking a long time with because I've been dedicating more time to studying and not playing as many games. So that's really the reason. So what I've been trying to do now is like manage my time where. Sorry?
Plan your gaming time.
Yeah, so what I've been doing is like, okay, I'm going to get my studying done in the morning, get what I need to do done, most of it in the morning, and then play games in the evening, which is what I have been doing for like the past week or something like that. So
sounds like the marketing was that good that you bought games that you didn't really have time for.
Yeah. Yo, do you know how many games I bought that I don't have time for?
Incredibly.
Yeah, I mean, it was properly marketed to trick you into buying a game.
FF16's marketing was incredible.
The marketing was pretty good.
Because it was so well, I just had to buy it.
They did a lot of the marketing towards us here in England.
I don't know about that because it's anyway. I'm not gonna get into FF16. But how long is the game roughly? How long is it?
If I recall correctly, just want to do the story about 40, maybe 50 hours. If you want to do everything,
take me forever then. The way I'm going.
If I recall correctly, from what Square Enix said, it said if you don't do any side content, you just do the main quest, it will take you approximately 35 hours.
Okay, so I've done a few small fights.
Upwards of 70 or
that's
80
also about right.
For 100%.
I've done a few side quests, but like I'm not trying to get into Final Fantasy 16, but like just fighting the regular enemies is kind of boring.
Yeah, we spoke about this. Wait, what?
Yes, it is.
The regular enemies that are just out in the field is kind of boring to fight. I only like it when you get into like the actual story and there's like bosses and stuff. But like this
because it's not designed for you gamers. It's designed for the casual people who sometimes play video games. That's how it was designed. That's how they market it. That's how they said this game is going to play. It wasn't designed for the enthusiasts or hardcore. It's supposed to be a very easy pick up and play style game. That's why everything is.
That's why like the Anyway, this isn't a Final Fantasy 16 stream.
That's something I can agree. The game is piss easy.
Oh my god. The game is. I did die once, but that was because like I just did not move out of this mega attack this boss was doing. Like and I have issues with like my reaction times, which is why I put on like the ring of timely evasion or something like that. Yeah, so I only have that one on, but like just fighting the regular, I can see what people are saying. Apart from me and my issues with like because of my, you know, just my health things, right? For the average person, it's easy. It's easy because even I was finding the combat easy, apart from when it has to do with certain timing things and having to like evade, then I have problems doing it really like fast. But
if the game would have done just basic element resistance, it would have been that. Just that alone, without changing anything else, it would have been that much harder.
I'm just trying to think. They don't have that in the game, do they?
No, there is. The first thing you see when you start the game is Phoenix versus Ifrit.
Oh, I mean, that's a spoiler!
What the hell do you mean it's a spoiler? It's in the demo. It's not a spoiler.
I had this spoiler.
As soon as you boot up the game, that's not a spoiler.
I know it's the first thing you see in the game.
It's been in every single trailer. They showed you. This is the first thing you see. Ifrit versus Phoenix.
You have no choice. That is the first.
I know it's the first thing you do. I know. I've played it. I know.
How is that a spoiler? It's literally free.
Oh, okay. Just calm down. Just calm down. Just calm down.
On the box art.
What box art?
It is on the box art.
It's on the box art. No, just got to do anything. I don't care if it's on the box art.
It's the biggest piece of marketing that it's even on the statue that you bought, Jody.
You should shut up.
It's even on the statue that you bought.
You should shut up. I'm gonna sell that goddamn statue. Right, I'd rather sell that statue and get a Cloud in the Dress statue. That's what I want. Cloud in the Dress. Give me a Cloud in the Dress.
Why don't you?
I probably will. I don't want that goddamn E3 statue. E3. It's kind of ugly. It's huge. I'm going to put it. I'd rather have a Cloud in the Dress.
I had to move my light novels.
Oh, check out to move his light novel. I want to photograph your light novel collection.
It's just a bunch of Oregairu and Monogatari and Mushoku Tensei.
Oh, those that you was telling me that you like those. Yeah. I did look. I think I did. Did I see the trailer for that? Oh, I was gonna try out that Mushoku Tensei that you used to talk about. I was gonna look that up.
Yeah, Jobless Reincarnation.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that one. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to thought. We're talking about. Oh yeah, there's no. Yeah, in FF16 there's no elemental business. Listen, if I just play in the game as like just a game in isolation, this is like listen, I'm not gonna like pretend I'm like a big crazy big Final Fantasy fan, but I played like 2 Final Fantasy games, but maybe 3, right? I'm not, you know, I can understand why like people it's pretty far removed from some of the things that Final Fantasy's done before in the past. But if I'm just playing it just a game in isolation just by itself, I mean so far there hasn't been like that anything special. There's some stuff like for example the music is phenomenal. The music is absolutely amazing. I love the music. That's for me the best thing about the game that so far. And the combat's okay. You know, it's sometimes it's really fun, and then sometimes it's like, oh my god, this is boring. So it kind of varies like that for me. But anyway, let's stop talking about Final Fantasy 16.
You want to talk about the PlayStation Portal?
Let's talk about the PlayStation Portal. So
Python said exactly what I was thinking in the chat.
What's
if
that?
someone's an enthusiast, I think they'd rather buy something that actually plays some of the same games and has its own exclusives natively for the same price. Hint, hint, the Nintendo Switch.
Some people might, but then some people, yeah.
Oh yeah, this accessory will absolutely get purchased by some people that aren't content creators.
So this accessory, now I need to do something, right? I'm gonna tell you what this is going. I've had enough now. I've had enough of this. This goddamn music is stopping. I've had enough. right?
Which one is it? What song's playing?
That thing. Where is it now? I've enough. If I have to hear this in my ear holes, then we're not playing this anymore. This is not what we're playing. I've had enough of it.
If you're really looking for some good music, you really should put on some Trails music.
No.
So.
Why not Trails?
No. I'm putting on Final Fantasy 7 Lo-Fi!
Chat.
We're going to Final Fantasy 7 Lo-Fi!
Make sure you interact with the stream by hitting thumbs down.
No!
Because of the fact
No! I just can't You two can't hear the music! You two can't hear it! If I have to hear the music in my ear holes on repeat for 3 hours, I'm putting on Final Fantasy 7 Lo-Fi. I'm not having it anymore. I can't take it. You two can't even hear it, so you don't have a say. Okay. So,
Dak Meep said
what?
Spitting facts.
What? Overrated Lo-Fi. What? You've lost your goddamn mind. Let me tell me what's overrated about this. Now, wait a second. Tell me what's overrated about this Sephiroth theme. I want to know what is overrated about this Sephiroth theme Lo-Fi. This is what I want to know. Dangling Centaur, please. Okay, so let's talk about PlayStation Portable. Not portable. You know what I mean. Okay.
Well, the PlayStation Portable has some great games like Sonic Rivals and Shin Megami Tensei, Persona.
Shin Megami Tensei, Persona 4 Golden, that one?
No, that's on PlayStation Vita, and that's not called Shin Megami Tensei Persona 4 Golden. It's called Persona 4 Golden.
And that's true. You mean the
PlayStation Portable? Yes.
Oh yeah, okay. The actual. Yeah, sorry, I got confused. Yes.
That's what you said.
I know. Okay. The PlayStation Portal was announced a few months ago in like the PlayStation showcase. Although it had been leaked before. Things been leaked all over the place. Formerly known as Project Q will launch late in 2023. There's no date yet. For $199 US. 1999 euros and 199.99 pounds, which and 29,980 yen, right? So
just buy a Switch.
So the euros and the pounds when you convert is way more expensive. The yen is almost the same, I think. It's just a little bit more expensive.
I remember someone saying that it's the same price as the regular Nintendo Switch in Japan. Someone said it in notice board a couple days ago. What,
they mean the regular Nintendo? No, when you convert 2,000.
PlayStation 4. No, like the actual yen value. Apparently, it's the same price as the Switch in Japan.
Oh, is it? How much? Actually, I don't know. Does it cost 29,980 yen?
I'm not.
Let me have
I'm
a
not
look.
Sure. I didn't even look it up.
Well, we'll look at it right now. It should be on here. On the Amazon Japan. Okay, here's the. Okay, that's the OLED.
Nintendo Switch price in Japan.
That's the OLED. Where's the regular one?
Okay, I see here 37. Okay.
Yeah, that's the OLED though. It's 37.
No, it's the regular. This is from 2017.
Huh? Oh yeah, but on here, well, on Amazon it's 32,970 yen. So it's not the same price.
Yeah.
Probably the same price as the Lite. I'm guessing. The same price as the Lite, but I can't even see that one. Anyway,
the Lite. The Switch Lite. Oh, no, here I'm seeing. So the Nintendo Switch Lite boasts a retail price of 19,980 yen, which is about £145, and a significant drop from the original Switch's 29,980 yen, £220 price tag. This was in 2019 when this was said.
Wait, so the price went up?
I don't know. Maybe that's something. Maybe there's something.
Nintendo never raised the price. Okay, yeah, I see what you put here as the original Switch is 29,900. That seems too cheap.
Here on Amazon JP, it's saying the Switch Lite is 21,500 yen. Well, that's the purple one.
Right, but the regular, like, you know, the ordinary Switch, not the OLED, the regular one that comes in a red box. Where is it now? That's like 32,000 yen. Yeah. Just a normal, I don't know, maybe there's some price variation? Oh no, it's a used one. Oh, there's all these ones are all different. Like, the light is what?
Maybe go on Nintendo's website
21.
in Japan rather than Amazon.
What's the address? .co.jp?
Store-jp.nintendo.com.
Oh man, I can't. That's too long to type in.
Then
Look, it's trying to have it. Oh no, this is the regular website. I need like the store. The store.
It is the store.
Oh, this
It
is the
says-
store.
Yeah. Oh, that is the regular website. I told you, it's store-jp. Look in live chat.
Look in live chat.
Yes, I
Oh,
put it
okay,
there.
thank you.
But here I'm seeing OLED is 37,980.
Oh my god, give me these. Give me these. Give me these. Yes.
Yes, the Switch Lite is 21,978.
Okay, these would be the. So it's the same price. So I just said the Amazon price was 32,000 yen. So it's never been that thing must be a mistake then. What you have them there.
Yeah, these guys are strange. Hyper Japan.
It was never that. It's Hyper Japan. They don't know what they're talking about. It's that event they have.
Yeah, every Switch Lite here saying 21,978 yen.
So Switch Lite was almost that cheap, but the regular Switch has never been that cheap. It's 32,978 yen. Okay, so it's not the same. It's not the same price. So anyway, going back to the PlayStation Portal. With the price, it is more expensive in Europe. The other details emerged was that it's not going to have Bluetooth. It's going to have something called PlayStation Link, I think, instead. Is that what it is? Which is like a proprietary wireless interface for.
That's right. Yeah, the PlayStation Link is for your Bluetooth, so it's their own proprietary connection network, whatever.
Which, you know, I don't think that's the best move personally. Doing that.
They are marketing it as it's for the best experience, cuts down on latency, all that. So you get this item with this Bluetooth spot connected through the link, and it's going to be the best experience. Of course, that's just marketing speak.
Yeah,
it's a cash grab. That's what they're doing.
I mean, for example, I have the headphones, the Pulse 3Ds headphones, and that works on Bluetooth, right? It doesn't have this PlayStation Link thing, and I didn't notice any lag with that.
Now there is a headphone jack, so it's not like you were forced to do it. But if you want Bluetooth, you got to go with that path. So if you just want to put in some headphones and get the same experience or a lesser experience, then PlayStation will allow you to do that.
But what I'm saying is that because it is over Bluetooth, there is some lag, right? Because it's at the speed of light, right? But it's still, you know, it's not the same as with a wire. There'll be some delay, but it is completely imperceptible. It's so tiny that it can't be perceived.
Right. At least that's the way PlayStation is marketing it. So even if there's
just regular Bluetooth, you can't perceive it because I can't.
Well, I mean, sure, you know, it kind of just depends on the type of Bluetooth that you have and what type of connection, and yeah, there's some other variables involved. But they're saying with the Q, the PlayStation Link, and these headphones, you're supposed to cut down on all that other noise, and pun intended.
So yeah, so they claim that it's anyway. That's what the marketing says with this. And what's the other things? Oh yeah, so they're releasing these a new headphones over-the-head headset, I should say, and earbuds with it as well. I think the earbuds are kind of overpriced. They're like the same price as the. Are they the same price? Hang on.
You can scroll on the thingy, can't you?
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. So the headset is $149. Again, £149, but then 149 euros, but then 129. What's interesting, it was 129 pounds. They put it down. They put the price down for the headset, which I don't know if it works out exactly the same, but at least it's not the same. But for the thing, it's for the portal, it's just the same. And then the earbuds are $199 US, 219 euros, 199 pounds. So the same pricing as the portal. And I think the other thing to note about the PlayStation Portal is that you will not be able to stream games via PlayStation's cloud streaming service. The PlayStation Plus cloud streaming service apparently will not work on this. You cannot use it on this, which to me that's a little strange. Why you wouldn't have that as an option? But I don't know. Maybe it's because it's not the best experience when it's I don't think it's going to be wireless, right? So maybe it's like the lag is quite bad when you try and stream on this thing, on the portable thing.
I'm going to say it's because they would have had to make an operating system.
Right, so that's the other thing. It doesn't have. It's just like it just has one function. There's no
connect to PlayStation 5.
There's no interface.
That's all it's for. All you need to do is connect to your PS5.
So when this was leaked, it was rumored that it's going to have Android on it. But it doesn't have Android.
Was that part of the rumor, or were people saying that?
It was in the rumor, and then when we saw,
people were hoping for
that. I guess I was kind of hoping, but when we saw when it leaked, the video and everything that someone had, they were using the interface and they were going through like menus and stuff.
Then was it a legit leak?
It looked real. It looked the same when we see it now with the images we've seen now, and it looked the same.
Yeah, but there's no operating system.
And it booted up to an operating system. What looks like an operating system anyway. It kind of looked like Android. Yeah, it looked like really basic Android.
It's the Android that you don't have to pay for.
Probably that, yeah.
It's the one that Huawei uses.
It kind of looked like that.
Because Google's not allowed. Because they're not allowed to have Google Play services.
Yeah, not anymore.
because of American laws or something like that. I don't remember exactly what. That was funny though.
Yeah, we don't need to go on to going all that. But yeah, it looks like it had. I don't know if it's got a link to that leak to have that. I don't have it. I don't have it any. I've got that. Maybe let me search for it on here. Project.
There you go.
Did you find
I put it
it
in live chat.
How did you find it that fast before I even did anything? This Twitter account is completely fraudulent, by the way. I guess I have to use it. Hang on. Let me put it up on the. One sec.
Do we know if those headphones are only for the PlayStation Portal?
No, there's the PS5.
You can use them for PS5.
So I can't use those anything outside of a PlayStation environment.
You can use them on PC, but you need like their dongle thing.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's very proprietary. Apple doesn't do that. Just before, because I know people were saying PlayStation's become the Apple of gaming. Apple doesn't do that. Apple at least lets you use their stuff on other operating systems most of the time.
So look, what is this, Jago, that we're seeing here?
This is the quote-unquote leak. This is Android. Well, what I'm saying is,
But this looks real.
Yeah, and so did Edica's Switch before the Switch released.
Yeah, but he never showed that any close up in any details. He kind of just like swiped it around in front of you didn't get to see it closely or anything like that to see that it was like 3D printed or whatever. This isn't 3D printed. This looks like what we're seeing in this image, right? Yeah, maybe someone 3D. It didn't look like it's been 3D printed and stuck onto a. It doesn't look like they 3D printed something and stuck it onto like a tablet. It looks like an actual unit. But then what's this operating system?
That's Android.
So why would Android be on this but not on the final product? Unless this is being faked.
You see what I'm getting at? That's why I said that maybe this wasn't real.
Yeah, it doesn't. It looks. I don't know. it looks like a tablet and 2 PlayStation controllers kind of welded on.
Right, but the final. Yeah, like that's what the final product looks. That's what it looks like.
It looks like a cradle.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. Yeah, exactly that.
I don't know. The final product kind of looked okay. Right, so you're saying somebody could have just made that.
They also showed us. They also showed it to us in the thingy, the showcase.
They did. Okay, is this a video right here?
Discord's up on the screen, by the way.
Oh god. Yeah, thank you. God, dummy. I definitely need to. It's getting so difficult to manage all this. Okay, but this video that I have here doesn't show much of anything. I think this is just
Discord's still up. There you go.
This is the Pulse. That's not what I wanted. Did PlayStation put a new video up for this? When you look at this, right, you can see it closely here. Can I zoom in more than that?
There also has been some hands-on previews on this. So
yeah. Let's go to that. No, you're right. Let's go to that. I have the video. Okay, hang on. Stop Final Fantasy.
There's been like a
we're gonna look at that this old PlayStation commercial. We'll look at that in a sec because it's pretty funny. Okay, where is it? I have here the hands-on. Okay, here's the hands-on. But I'm gonna have to like skim through this because it's long.
IGN. I am here at PlayStation headquarters in San Mateo, California, for a top secret demo.
Oh god, my mouse is
tell you about it
What's happening?
So let's go check it out. So Portal is a $200.
So by now we would have known if there's an operating system on the device or not.
Right, what he's navigating through is the.
Portal uses the PS5's remote.
You're looking at just the PlayStation screen, the PS5.
Portal also offers all the features and ergonomics of the PS5's excellent DualSense controller.
Oh, they said. Oh, I remember. No, I watched this video. They said they didn't get to see an operating system.
To be clear here,
they weren't allowed to look at anything like that.
Remote play has existed.
So the people who reviewed it don't know.
Stream games from your console.
Okay.
I watched 2 videos and they said the same thing. They just didn't show it to them.
Okay. Well, if there's an operating system, then this thing is getting obliterated immediately. Like it's getting hacked.
Right. So it seems like
you can make it work.
For you, in order to do anything with it, you probably need it to run Android or an operating system.
Pain points and make remote play as easy as just picking
if it doesn't have, if the operating system's like
do something
literally,
play devices can't.
You just go straight in. You can just got one function.
Just by turning it on, so it's ready to go. Its design essentially takes a standard DualSense controller, chops it in half, and then slaps those 2 controller grips to the side of an 8-inch.
So if you look at this
victim, you need to connect it to your internet. That's what you need to do before you start remote play.
Let me turn the volume down a bit. And just we have to look at the subtitles.
The DualSense grips feel exactly like a regular DualSense.
Okay, so we see the bit where he said about the.
Trying it out with Astro's Playroom, I could feel the haptic showcase. Just think, more on that in a minute. And the 1080p resolution off latency. That is the slight delay between when you push a button.
I swear he said that they didn't see an.
Did he say it's a HDR display?
Beaming it directly to you, as opposed to cloud gaming, where the game is strong, it will still work. Whether you're in the same room or on the other side of the world, your home PS5 is on and running your game, beaming it directly to you, as opposed to cloud gaming where the game is being run on some remote server. Of course, this means that you need a PS5 in order to use PlayStation Portal. But it also means that not only is your account and progress
this is an LCD screen,
there, but actually
1080p,
your actual PS5 home screen.
1080p.
You can swap between games.
LCD screen, but they didn't get any further details about this screen.
Okay, so colors look bright and vibrant, though Sony hasn't given me any brightness, color gamut, or HDR specs. Only that beyond that it's an LCD panel, and that is 1080p.
So if your Wi-Fi goes down, or if somebody else wants to use your PS5, it is not going to.
There's no details yet, because it's not even up for pre-order yet, right? So once it's up for pre-order, then we'll be able to see some of those details.
So you won't be able to connect to wireless headphones.
So not only does it not have Bluetooth, if you wanted to, people really want to do this thing and hack it and all that, there's no, it doesn't even have any, it's not like it has an SD card slot or anything.
You can still connect things to it via USB-C.
Right, but how would you put games onto it? Without any storage or operating system and stuff?
It will, if it has an operating system, it will need storage.
It must have
storage to store that operating system.
It must have some, like maybe basic operating system for it to do anything.
PlayStation's
right?
own Pulse 3D headset. It does have something called PlayStation Link, which is Sony's new connectivity standard for PlayStation devices, and which is
depends how lazy Sony is.
It is a bit disappointing that we'll have.
Well, it depends how.
Processor inside.
What's the word I'm thinking of?
Should have significantly more
How determined
they are
for this thing to not get hacked.
Power hungry processor inside. You'd think that the Portal should.
They're saying it's not. It doesn't have a power hungry processor. They're talking about the battery life here.
They're aiming for the same as a DualSense.
Yes, I know, because it doesn't have a power hungry processor. It should.
Yes, but it has a giant screen.
Right, so then how's the battery life the same? I guess like the battery must be big. There must
Yeah,
be
the
a big pack.
battery's gonna be bigger than what we get in the DualSense, but
it's big,
they could have done. I just think they could have done better.
Sorry if I'm missing everyone's
as a
comments, by the
DualSense,
way, because once I full
if it's
screen this, I can't see the comments. So sorry about
if it's
that.
the same as the DualSense, then
No, apparently
that's depressing.
More longevity than something like the Switch or the Steam Deck.
Because it's just a screen with haptics and
that's why
adaptive triggers.
You know why I have two. That's why I have two DualSenses. Because of that, and I'll have to swap them when the battery runs out. I put them on the charging jack. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I have two DualSenses and the charging dock.
I just use my USB-C cables. I mean, I have USB-C cables all over the place, so I'm fine.
I mean, I could do that, but could have done that.
Small kids in the home, and you don't want to.
When I'm playing on my PlayStation, I'm lying down in my bed or sitting down in my bed. So my phone charger, iPad charger, Switch charger, they're there.
And while it's not quite
everything's USB-C
gaming as a Switch or a Steam Deck, it's less expensive, and it does let you keep playing your PS5 while out of the house, so long as your destination has decent internet. You just probably shouldn't count on Wi-Fi being strong enough to handle the connection.
Okay, I just wanted to see this bit about what you said about the operating system.
Let us know what you think about the PlayStation Portal.
I guess that's
Is it something you could see yourself buying for $200? Or are you happy to stick with pairing a DualSense to your phone when you're out of arm's reach of your PS5?
Yeah, it's clear that this device really isn't for on-the-go playing. It's really for you only have one TV or whatever, and you want to game as somebody else is using something else.
That seems to be the most. Whenever people say like how you'd use this, because there's only like. I mean, if you're at home, right? So you're gonna have the best connection with this when you're close to your PS5 and you're, got a good good internet. You can use it away, but it's gonna have a better connection when it's on the same network, right? If you're on the same network. So
no, I haven't done a whole lot of research on this, so I don't even know if this is even something. Could you play the PlayStation 5 and you play the PlayStation Portal? So can we play two different games?
No, because it's literally streaming from the PlayStation 5.
So I can't play God of War while you playing Horizon.
No.
Yeah, then I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of this is outside of the enthusiasts who actually collects this stuff. I don't know what purpose is going to have.
Now
Unless now if this takes off and they want to create content around this where I can play on my PlayStation 5 and player 2 can play off this, then we have something here. But
that's a good question, Vinnie Mac, and I would like to sort of get into like our main topic a little bit because we've been going quite long here. So I can like speculate as to why they've made this product, who is it for, and so on, because as you said, it has very specific use case scenarios, like you're at home, you're at the same network where it has the best connection, but you're at home yet you don't want to use your TV either because someone else is using the TV for something other than playing the PlayStation 5, because as we discussed, you can't have you can't do two different games or everything. You're streaming from your PlayStation 5, so someone's using the TV for something else that isn't PlayStation 5, or you just want to, like, for example, play it lying down in bed or something like that. You can use it away from home, but it's, the experience is probably not going to be as good, and it's not as quote unquote portable because of relying on a internet connection, right? A decent internet connection in order to stream from your PlayStation 5. So I do think that part of the reason for this thing existing, I think it is partially Japan, and I think it is partially the market of Japan and the success of the Switch. I think it's.
I do not. I completely disagree with that because I still have to have a PlayStation.
You could let me finish, Vinnie Mac. The rest of what I'm saying.
I got a little excited.
You got a little excited. I said partially. Obviously, it's not the whole reason, right? So, since the Switch has come out, there have been in the years since the Switch has come out now a number of portable devices coming onto the market that didn't really exist before, certainly not in the manner they exist now. Most of those devices have been native, apart from the Logitech Q, whatever it's called. I can't remember what it's called now. The cloud streaming one, right? Most of them had been native devices, basically mini PCs. They're mini PCs in a portable console format or shell, right? Like the Steam Deck and Iron Neo and all these type of things, right? That kind of, is it called Logitech G Cloud? Okay, yeah, that's what I meant, the Logitech G Cloud. So that is a cloud gaming device, although it does also have Android on it, so you could play obviously some Android based games on it and stuff like that. You can do some other things with it, other than just cloud streaming. You can do some local stuff with it. So all these devices, I think, have come out in the wake of the success of the Switch onto the market, and I think a lot of it is to do with that. There's even a new device. Was it leaked or something? A new Lenovo device that leaked. Did it leak? And it kind of looks, it looks like a Switch basically, with the sides even come off, and then they look like Joy-Cons. And before, years ago, there was the Alienware. It never came to market actually. It was called an Alienware some concept device that they made that looked like a big old Switch, like the same thing, that the sides came off, and then you could use those separately or with a. Now that one never came to market, but this one, it was an announced system. But the Alienware one, I thought it was an announced system. It was a concept thing that was at they were showing at trade shows, but it wasn't announced as a system coming to market. From what I remember, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I just remember it never being a product. They said it might come to market, but obviously it didn't. That was a couple of years ago now. So I think that these products have come in the wake of that, because prior to the Switch, there was a lot of thoughts that the dedicated handheld market was dead, or completely dead, because of mobile phones, and that did affect the portable console market. So basically, with the Switch, what we have is something that's a hybrid that can be a portable or a home console, and technically, it's kind of right that it technically isn't just a purely dedicated portable, unless you count the Switch Lite, right? So the Switch is sort of that as well, right? So and a lot of people thought that obviously the Switch wasn't going to do well, and then what's happened since, you've had a situation where, and listen, let me tell you something now, there ain't no way Sony thought that Nintendo was going to take over Japan like that. They did not. There ain't no way. There ain't no way that they thought that was going to happen, okay? Yes, Sony's made a number of decisions, but they thought they were just probably... They thought, well, PlayStation's not going to grow, but they probably thought they would maintain the status quo. The status quo they had at the time, at like the height of the PS4, you're talking from, 2017 to 2019, around that time, where PlayStation had, was it 35% of the market or something like that, around there. They probably thought they would maintain that status quo. They probably thought that something like the 3DS would, the 3DS was sort of a little bit around, it was almost dead, but yeah, and then that just and maybe it'd be like end up being 50-50 between Nintendo and PlayStation in Japan. That's not what happened at all, and just now Switch has taken over. So I think that basically Sony didn't want to, or we know they don't want to make just portable native games anymore, because they haven't done it. But what they have now as kind of a sort of, it's not quite its own platform, but sort of, is the PSVR 2, which has like its own completely separate games and everything, but you need to run it from a PlayStation 5. Well, it needs to be plugged in, connected up to that. So you can't use it on the PC, for example, at the moment. And I think that Sony's move to making games that are kind of these cinematic games and stuff like that. They do not want to, and I don't think they would do this. Because they didn't do it during the Vita. I'm not sure what they did during the PSP. It's a similar sort of thing in PSP, but they're big studios, they don't want them making portable games. It's that kind of well, that's kind of beneath them type of thing, right? So that's what used to happen with the Vita and everything, because you have that Uncharted game wasn't made by Naughty Dog. That was made by Bend Studio, who at the time were making portable games and stuff, so on, right? And then obviously since then they made Days Gone, but back then they weren't doing that. So I think that Sony didn't want to go in all whole, but they felt like they needed something to compete with Nintendo, as well as be able to continue competing with Microsoft, right, when it comes to dedicated games that you just experience on the TV, right? But in order, because those games cost a lot of money to make, a lot of time, they can take a lot of time. So I think that they wanted to be able to keep still doing that, but then offer something, that people that wanted to play portably, right? And I think that this is their compromise way of coming up of doing that. I think that's what it's for, because we're saying all these particular use case scenarios, and I think that honestly, this is just obviously just my speculation, just my own thoughts, but I think that's part of the purpose for it. And because now, on the one hand, you could say it's to do with cloud gaming and the future of cloud gaming, but I would think that I would believe that if you could do cloud gaming on this thing, but they said you're not going to be able to do it, so I don't think that's what it's for. What are your thoughts?
So for me, when it comes down to the portal, let's pretend that what you're saying is true. So I'm just going to agree with everything. Just Sony didn't think this through.
You don't have to agree with me.
But for the sake of conversation, to make the conversation,
I think they did think it through a lot.
Yeah, to make the conversation more fun. So I'm going to go in a different direction slightly. So Nintendo's going to take the position. Now, let me take a quick step back before I go on with my point. Nintendo is about to come out with a brand new piece of hardware. That hardware can crash and burn, and PlayStation can take back over Japan. So that's
the chances of that happening. Like, listen. The only way that PlayStation is literally Nintendo headquarters would have to burn down.
Blow up.
It would literally that's what would have to happen.
Which is a possibility that the Switch 2 can be way overpriced. They feel a little bit about themselves, and they have a 3DS.
PS3.
They feel themselves a bit too much, and we get a PS3 situation.
So that is a possibility.
That could happen.
Nintendo can have what Microsoft had. Nintendo can have what PlayStation have, and they're like, you know what? We're doing pretty well right now. We control the market. There's a lot of anticipation. Let's feel ourselves a little bit more, and then let's be greedy, and then they got to be humble again. Reggie has already talked about how he thought that they overcharged for the 3DS.
The DS.
The 3DS. How much did the 3DS cost?
Wasn't like $399 or something like that. $350.
I think it was $250. I think, wasn't it at the time?
$350?
No, $250.
Yeah, it was way overpriced. Reggie said there was no way they would be able to do it, but then Nintendo of Japan sort of made them. So I'm like, okay. But it was way overpriced than what they were able to do. And then they had to come up with apologies and say, I'm sorry, and here's some free games. Yeah. I'm sure you guys remember all that. So that is a possibility. So let's not write off PlayStation right off the bat. Let's see what the new Nintendo is. Let's see what their launch games is, whatever. But we have an idea that Microsoft is going to go into the realm of subscriptions. That's the whole purpose of their Game Pass. Nintendo's probably going to stick with the hybrid model, where they make sort of games for everybody, games of all, whatever. So for PlayStation to come out with their high console plus VR, and then this portal that doesn't really do anything, it's not really portable. It's portable around your house. It's not well thought out. So I'm not sure the purpose of this. If you can't play the PlayStation 5 and I can't play the PlayStation 5 off my queue, off my portal, then I don't really know the purpose of this. I don't know what this does. Most people have more than one TV, and most people have a dedicated TV for their video game system in these days. So typically, your TV isn't. It could be, but maybe it's not. It's not going to be the same TV that everybody else is going to watch the movie on. Or if not, I'll just pick up the PlayStation and move it to another TV.
Yeah, this is in 2012, but that was definitely a possibility with the Wii U.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's not a very thought out plan. If this is supposed to be a response to Nintendo, then the PlayStation.
No, I'm going to I'll further expand why I think that is, because this device, right? What it's offering, if say Remote Play didn't exist, and then this thing has Remote Play, then you're offering something new, right? That wasn't available before, but a Remote Play you can already do it. You don't need this device. Now they say it's going to be a better experience and everything, and maybe it's marketing speak, but the Remote Play you can do right now is pretty good. Jago says he uses it. He says it's pretty good, right? I think this device, right, like I said, it is partially because of Japan, because yes, you can do Remote Play, but if you have this device, right, this device is going to be on store shelves. It's going to be visible. People do, especially in Japan, where people walk into you've seen these big old electronic stores and all that they have there, right? It gives them store presence, right? We talked about with Microsoft and them not having store presence in Japan, especially with the games, the physical games. It's physical games that are not printed and stuff like that. Phil Spencer even commented on that one, which was really weird, because it's okay, but that's, that means third-party companies that need to print physical games. You're saying we need more games on shelves, okay? But they need to. Are you going to give them money to print the games? But anyway, what I mean is is
Xbox doing physical games in Japan?
There are some, but they're very, very few. But anyway, let me just quickly finish. It means that you go into a store and you see this thing on a store shelf. They've got store presence. Then it brings to your attention that remote play is a thing. Even if, like, when you go and buy the device, you find out the details, or you need a PlayStation 5 to have this. It instantly raises awareness of remote play. This thing's going to be advertised everywhere. You need to think about all of that. That's what I think is part of it. Is store presence in stores, especially in Japan.
But you still need a PlayStation 5 to play the Portal, and the PlayStation 5 in Japan really isn't, the actual hardware itself really isn't lagging.
The hardware,
it's the software
yeah, but I think the games are largely undesirable.
So the Portal doesn't really do anything for me purchasing a PlayStation 5. If I want a PlayStation 5, I'm still going to get a PlayStation 5. I don't need the queue to synergize with the PlayStation 5 to get me into buying a PlayStation 5.
Right, but I think Sony's partial. I think they know it's not going to sell a lot. I think what I'm saying, I think it's part of its use is as a marketing tool.
Here is my conspiracy theory. I think that this is a big toe in the pond, because they kind of want to test the waters. Let's see what's going on here. And I believe the PlayStation 6, which is probably going to come out a little bit sooner, is going to be more of a hybrid. And they're just setting the groundwork for their next PlayStation hardware to be a more portable style model. But how would there be a portable? That's why I said big toe. That's why I said big toe.
All right. Let's think it. Let's talk it through then. So let's say that they do that, all their R&D in it, all the experiment in it, and let's try and imagine what that'd be like. Now, at the moment, a home console, the PlayStation 5 is a fairly powerful hardware, although it was more when it released, and
it's still very powerful.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, it's not the most powerful thing you could buy for your money, right? But you could, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Obviously, you can get a gaming PC, but yeah, I'm just saying, fair, like, consumer in terms of average consumer, right? But it's plugged into the mains and takes a mains power draw, right? As soon as you make something that's like that can be portable as well, yeah, it immediately it physically cannot make it as possible as powerful as something that is just a box that's sitting there drawing power.
And that's where I think the thinking needs to change a little bit. The one thing we have noticed, especially with this generation, especially with this whatever generation we're in, 8th, 9th, whatever.
Was it 9th?
Ninth. Okay, so there is now a high risk to making video games now. We're seeing more and more stories about how this one game came out, it took 8 years to develop, with $50 million, it didn't sell, stores closed. So at some point, all developers, all publishers, they have to scale that back. So maybe we don't need a PlayStation 5 Pro or the PlayStation 6 whatever. Maybe you can scale that back, still get high quality games, and keep your costs down. Especially if we see now that the market is more accepting of the Switch. That tells us that, hey, you know what? Refresh rate, gameplay mechanics are important. Refresh rate, maybe not so much. Resolution, maybe not so much. 4K, maybe not so much. But what people enjoy, they enjoy good games, and they enjoy being able to play every place that you go. So God of War Ragnarok is not a good game because it looks nice. It's a good game because it plays great and it has a good story. So Horizon is not kind of not fair with Horizon because the look does play into it, but it's not because it looks good, but because the gameplay and the story is good. You can scale that down to like a Switch level and still get that same experience. We see that right now. Pokemon does not look good, but it sells. Mario looks okay, but it doesn't sell. Those high-end games that are also on the PlayStation 5, people rather buy them on the Switch. Lower resolutions, 30 frames a second, compared to their higher-end brothers and sisters, they still sell more on the Switch. Because people don't mind a lower, lesser product if it's more convenient for me to play. And I know Microsoft is taking care of this, and PlayStation has to be noticing this. Why are we spending $100 million on Forspoken when we can put Forspoken for $50 million and have it on a portable console?
I agree with you, but here's the thing. I think Sony's, like, when it comes to, like, the development pipeline and the way they're developing games now, they're all developed with being, like, the most graphically impressive games, that you can play, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, they take years and years and years and years to develop. So if this...
And it takes one of those games to fail to now close a studio down.
I don't think Sony has really had any, like, I don't know if you want to count Days Gone. I don't know if that didn't really fail. It was like, not in terms of sales.
PlayStation deems it a failure.
Right. They deemed it a failure because it launched buggy. It didn't sell 10 million. It sold maybe 8 million, I think. I'd maybe be heard.
That's what the guy said that left.
Oh yeah, okay. The guy said we never got the official that they sold 8 million. Okay, and like it launched wasn't great, which affected the Metacritic score, and they didn't like that. So yep. I think that's. But
we don't really need to go that far. We can just take a look at Final Fantasy 16. We know that game probably cost a lot of money to make. Definitely. You probably could have scaled that game down.
I've said this before.
You probably could have scaled that game down to a PlayStation 4 level and still got the same type of experience. But able to put that on the go.
They said they could have, but it would have taken 2 more years.
Yeah, with FF16, I've lost my train of thought. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't want to. I'm just talking about how long it takes to make and how much it costs.
Right, yeah, no, the cost we don't know. But
need to do that for your video games now? Is that something that we need to move forward? Because we're seeing more and more companies. I now have to close doors. Embracer Group. We just had news, I think this week or last week, how they have to close a bunch of studios down.
Yeah, it's because they went on a goddamn spending spree. I mean, that's their own fault. But when it comes to Sony and their games, I don't think the type of games they develop, anything's going to be scaled down where it can work natively on like a gaming device that also can be portable, like a hybrid type thing. I don't think they're going to scale the games down like that.
Well, would you just have to change your development then? So I mean, it sounds like you're fine with Sony spending a lot of money for their games, and if they fail, they fail.
I ain't into their games like that, to be honest with you. So
I disagree.
I played some and enjoyed it. Like I enjoyed Horizon Zero Dawn. Jago didn't, but you know.
Yeah, I hate that game.
Jago doesn't know what he's talking about. So.
No, that game is a swear word. Anyway, I'm gonna disagree with the point that PlayStation's games aren't made to. No, you said something like they can't be scaled down to something that can be portable.
No, I didn't say. I didn't say they couldn't. I said that they don't want to.
Well, all their games are playable on Steam Deck.
No, that's true. You can run their games on low spec PCs. Is what you're saying, basically. Because Steam Deck is a PC. You can scale it down, but you can run them on low settings and so on. What I'm saying, when it comes to when they develop them, what they're aiming for, they developed like their games now. For example, they're developing them for. Now they kind of dropped the PlayStation 4, right? They're developing
Finally.
for yeah.
But you don't think PlayStation would love to have a game that costs as much as it makes to make Mario and sell like it does? You know, like when you think about God of War,
would they like a game that they spent a lot? Would they like a game that A, cost them less to make, B, would be as critically acclaimed, because if you look at Super Mario Odyssey's got like a 97 Metacritic, same as God of War, or around the same, right?
It's higher than God of War.
Is it higher? And cost them less to make and sold well, or maybe the same. Was it the same?
God of War hasn't sold as much as Mario Odyssey, no.
Okay, would Sony like that? Yes, they would.
Sold 26 million.
Was it 26 million? Okay. Would Sony like that? Of course they would. But they
fine.
Right.
So then
it's only going to make a game. It's only going to make a game.
Microsoft will have better looking games.
Right, that's the first thing. That's yeah. Okay, so that's important, because graphics are more important in the West and important against combating Xbox. Now, could they make a game that like is graphically not as it has a more like stylized art style.
Yes, they could, and they have, and they flop because PlayStation's audience don't buy them.
Like, give me an example. What I did when you can say got Concrete Genie, did that flop?
Yeah,
Gravity Rush will be one.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, okay, that could. Yeah, that, I mean that. Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say Gravity Rush.
Sackboy.
Did it flop?
Sackboy sucks.
Well, the most recent.
I thought that was a nice, cute platformer game that really the PlayStation 2 and 3 probably already had a Sackboy 2 already out. To me, it was a fine game. There was nothing wrong with it. It was fine. And that's kind of what PlayStation is. They
put it on PC though.
They somehow made a boring platformer. I don't know.
That's why I said it was fine. That's why I said it was fine. It was a fine game for what it needed to do. It was a nice.
What it needed to be was fun. What it needed to be was fun.
I'm gonna put this meme on the screen. This is funny. Did we say Jago capping? Mario looks okay. This Mario looks okay. That's my
conspiracy. That's my conspiracy. PlayStation 6 is probably going to go all the way to the Steam Deck, and probably be a little bit more scaled down so they can make more money off the game.
I don't think that's gonna. No, that is quite a conspiracy theory. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, I mean, I don't know why we're saying this. It wasn't that long though before we had.
So you would do it if Microsoft did it first.
The PlayStation box and Microsoft's going into streaming.
I agree with what Jago just said. Sony would do it if Microsoft did it first. Like, I don't think Sony would have put their games on PC first if Microsoft hadn't done it. I don't think they would have done it.
Okay, so if we know that Sony has a habit of sort of following the leader, chasing trends.
I know what what's his face said, Jago. I know what.
Apparently, PlayStation Studios kept asking to release their games on PC.
It's irrelevant what they asked for because it's the upper management disguised.
Yes, what I was saying was that
they probably asked to put their games on Xbox as well. I mean,
I won't believe that ever, Jody. Never.
I'll just give it as an example.
No, never.
Or maybe they say, Gravity Rush flopped. Let's port that to Switch. Yeah, maybe they say that as well. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
No, I don't.
I don't think it doesn't matter what they ask about. They're saying, Herman House says, they kept asking, so that's why we did it. Come on, man. Just them asking alone is not the reason why they did that.
I wouldn't say that alone, no. But I mean, obviously, when you're asking for something like that, you have to.
So they were asking to put their games on PC back when the games were completely exclusive, like in PS4 times when there's nothing on PC.
Yes.
And before Xbox had even put anything on PC.
Yes, apparently that's when they were asking. But yeah, when you're asking for something like that,
it's a realistic.
From a business, you'd obviously have to come with, like, basically how the money, how much money you'll make.
Yeah, you know what? Jason brings up a good point on this. So, because PlayStation are putting their games on PC, you don't think that's because they're not making enough on the console market? So now they got to port these games on the PC to sort of make that residual money? Yeah, because I believe these games on PCs are full price. These aren't the reduced price that you get on the consoles.
No,
they are reduced price.
Okay, so that is part of it as well, the increasing cost of game development, right? So I think Sean Layden has commented on that since he's left PlayStation. But the games on PC are they slightly? You saying they're slightly cheaper, Jago?
Yes, they are.
So they're slightly cheaper.
God of War released at a lower price than it released on PlayStation.
Okay, so because it's like a year later,
Horizon released at a lower price than it did on PlayStation. Returnal, that did too, I believe.
What, even Returnal?
Yeah, I believe that did.
I'm surprised at that one because of the gap was so much smaller.
2021, April 2021 to thingy. Let's see, Returnal, £50 versus $70
Jim
on
Ryan
PlayStation
bring
5.
about Rapper the Rapper. That literally is Jim Ryan. When you ask, bring back Rapper the Rapper.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm saying that the PlayStation 6 is probably going to go in the world of mobile to scale down development costs, and I'm just saying, hey, if
This is quite
Pokemon
the
Scarlet and
conspiracy.
Violet can sell
They're not doing that, but
20
what?
million, and that game looks like that, yeah, I'm sure these other developers and publishers are saying, hey, if Pokemon can get away with that, and they got a small budget, then of
Yeah,
course
but
let's scale some
oh my
our
Oh,
God.
stuff.
here's another
Okay.
one, Jody. The Last of Us Part 1, £70 on PlayStation 5, £50 on Steam.
Oh really? Okay.
Yes,
So they are
Spider-Man
selling them for
Remastered,
they.
£50.
Now that one's a good example, because that one's an even better example, because that only released like a few months or a couple of months or something after the PS5
The Last
version.
of Us, yes.
The Last of Us Part 1, yeah. So that's actually a better example than the other ones, because the other ones were kind of like years apart. But that's a better example, because they definitely are releasing it for less on Steam. But then also they know it's not going to sell as much on Steam, even if it's only a few months apart. Remaster,
Yeah,
like
Ratchet
Last of
and
Us Part
Clank,
1.
£50.
Was it really that much cheaper?
Yes, it's £70 on PlayStation 5.
Well, I think I better not comment on that, because I might swear.
Ooh.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Yes,
The price difference is that much. And those games are expensive. That's why I just, if I want to play any of those games, I'd have to wait for a price.
Even Xbox is doing it. Starfield £60 on Steam, where it's £70 on Xbox.
No! Even Starfield?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's even more worse, because that's like day and date pricing.
Yeah.
You see, because you listen. They
Well,
know
they
they
know
know
PC
the
gamers ain't
PC
paying
they know
that
the
much
PC gamers ain't paying those $70. They never paying all that. They know they ain't.
Square Enix doesn't care.
Square Enix, yeah. What happened? Yeah, what happened? What happened when they did that? What happened?
I mean, they seem to be okay with FF7R on Steam. And on PC, not just Steam.
Yeah, but when that launched on that wasn't $70. That wasn't $70 when that launched.
Yes, it is. They just day one for like a week or so, it was on sale.
Right, but how much? It wasn't 70. It didn't launch at 70 because
Yes.
the original game. That means it would have been more expensive than the original game.
That's because they're releasing the PS5 version, not the PS4 version.
What about when it
PS5
was on
version is
Epic?
£70. Yes, £70.
So then by the time they released it on Epic Store, it was the PS5 version?
Yes, FF7R came out on PS4 and then PS5.
Right, we're gonna get into a whole thing about how fortunate
It came out on PS4. Came out on
Um,
PS4 in April 2020. Came out on PS5 in June 2021. Came out on Epic in December 2021, and then came out on Steam last year.
Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. How can they have these? Oh my god! They wonder why the games ain't selling like that when they got these delayed PC releases and all this nonsense. That's Square Enix.
Well, you want to know what will fix all that? Lowering your development costs, and that way you'll be able to recoup some of the money.
Right, but they're not gonna.
Here's another. This isn't particularly placement, but here's just another example of games being cheaper on PC. Crisis Core. That's £50 on PlayStation, Xbox, and Switch, but it's £40 on Steam.
Oh, actually, I didn't even know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And
So
they all
okay, well
came
that's
out in
also
December.
okay. So which is also Square Enix. So they did it for that game, but not for FF16. Oh, not FF7 remake.
Yep.
Okay, I want to just look at a couple of these comments. For a second. Solid Python says Sony will fart this thing out and forget that it exists in 6 months. PlayStation 3. But yeah, but the difference with that, with between that and the PlayStation 3, the PlayStation 3 actually needed its own dedicated native games. This thing doesn't. They can just leave this out to just fart it out and leave it because it's just an accessory. What do they need to do? It doesn't need to be supported with software. Mario looks okay. This man capping. Yeah, I think it looks better than just okay. I mean, I think it looks decent for what it is as a platformer.
Mario Odyssey?
Mario Odyssey, yeah.
I think Mario Odyssey looks pretty strange in handheld mode. I kind of expected better, but in docked mode it looked pretty good.
I would say like in handheld mode, yeah, there's like
There's some strange dithering. Oh no, it's not
there's
dithering. They have some upscaler, and the upscaler, well, and it only works when you're stationary. So when the camera moves, the game is a blurry mess. And I played honestly mostly in handheld mode.
Oh, that's on you then.
Well, I play my Switch in handheld mode.
Okay. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
I do both.
Yeah.
Very honestly, I mainly played that on the. I mainly played it on the TV. Except for when I got to after I'd finished the game and I did some of the challenge things. I did that in bed. Oh, you got to drop. Okay, catch you later, Vinnie Mac. Oh, pardon me, it's a big old burp. Yeah, I didn't notice that. I did notice that like certain characters in the distance, it was always the human ones. They got like really low frame rate and looked weird in the distance. When you got up too close to them, they were
normal.
fine.
That's normal.
Yeah, but it was more. It was like way more pronounced on the human characters than the other non-human characters.
The human characters actually moved around more than the others.
Oh, is that why they moved more?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. But yeah. So yeah, I'm still live, Mousy. But we've been live for 3 hours and 16 minutes. I'm only slightly over time, Mousy. Don't get at me, Mousy. I'm only slightly over time, and I need to finish his comments. Yeah, and we're just talking about the PlayStation Portal and like basically why it's not going to make a difference. Now, I think I genuinely think Sony did make this product partially to do with Japan. I think that is part of the reason to Japan specifically, and just the Nintendo, the Switch, and just handheld gaming in general. I think that is the reason, because as I said before, the remote play is a function that's already you can use right now. You do not need this device to do it. Even if they say, it's going to be a better experience, where you don't need it. You can see, if you have a DualSense controller, you can just hook that up to, a laptop or a tablet.
And just have good internet. Sony recommends 15 megabits plus for a good experience in remote play. So yeah.
Solar Python says Sony would like that, but they would lose the market they created for themselves. The reason every PlayStation fanboy online boasts about graphics. It's not just PlayStation fanboys, but yeah, I basically part of the appeal of the of the games is that they look graphically impressive on a large display. That is part of the selling point. There's no point in saying, well, that's not part of the selling point of the game. It is part.
That's why Horizon exists.
Yeah.
Okay, I wouldn't say it's why it exists, but that's one of its selling points.
It's one of its selling points. It looks good, but it's like a just very beautiful oil painting that you can't do a lot in the actual world. But I mean, I liked the the interaction with the robots and stuff. I liked. Ratchet and Clank sells okay compared to every other Sony exclusive. What?
It sells okay when you compare it to the other PlayStation.
Well, it sells a lot. It sells a lot less, if that's what you mean.
Yes,
but I mean, it sells within what they've always sold.
Expected, yes.
Yeah, with expected range. They've never been crazy huge big sellers ever. None of them. I'm still live, Mousy. J2Blue says, I would argue that most of PlayStation fans don't want or care to play their games portably. Games that look like that most want to play at the highest fidelity / frame rates. So there was a time where PlayStation fans did want to play portably, because obviously we had the PSP and the PS Vita. Vita not so much, but so if you can hear some weirdo screaming or whatever, it's like foxes outside, alright, and If you can hear that, that's what that is, right? It's not someone being strangled to death. It's like, it's a fox. And I live in a high-rise building, so that's all the way down the street. You're hearing that loud.
Yeah, so I have foxes outside my house sometimes. They're loud as hell.
They are loud as hell. they just be foxes, like just. They see as soon as it gets dark. It's not that you see them even when it's just like, slightly dark, like twilight. They're out and about. So I don't know.
Always looking for bins to rummage through.
Some people don't like. I like foxes, but some people don't like them. The noise they make doesn't bother me that much. It's just like it starts for me personally. It starts me. I'm like, what's going on? Is someone being murdered outside? And you're like, oh no, wait, no, it's a fox. They're just screaming. Yeah, so I think like the type of games that Sony focuses on now, that they are designed to be played on a big screen. But some people won't mind or would want to play them like remote play, but I think that the portion of people that want to do that is probably low, and the portion of people that want to do that and also pay for a device to do that when you can already do it is low. So that's why I think like having this device is they got store presence. They want to do something about the portable market, but they like, well, we can't be, the PSP did okay, but then it, the software sales were bad because it got hacked and all, you know what happens there, and then the Vita just flopped. So we're not going to make another dedicated portable device anymore. We're just not doing that anymore, but we want something portable, right? And I think this was oh my god, you got coyotes. They sound way more exotic and cool than the fox. Fox seems boring. Fox is boring. Coyote seems way more exciting. But yeah, I've seen coyotes, not in real life, but like on TV, like in like wildlife shows and things like that. Are they like dangerous? They're not like dangerous or anything. It's not like a wolf, right? A wolf is kind of, you don't want to mess with a wolf. But I guess coyotes live in packs or like a wolf, or they're more lone, right? They live by themselves. They're not like in a pack, and they're not anywhere as big as a wolf, right? They're like way smaller. From what I've seen, they're a lot smaller. J2 Blue said, I never noticed that issue while playing Odyssey handheld. I played the game mostly that way. So I didn't notice what I didn't notice what Jago said. I did notice I noticed that it's lower, what do you call it? Low resolution. You could notice that. That's what I noticed, but other than that, and
when the game's in motion, it's not 720p. But when you are stationary, the game is 720p.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess in that game, like the vast majority of the time, you're in motion. You're not really standing still in that game. But yeah, I did. The reason I noticed it a lot was because I would go like directly from the TV to handheld play. So obviously you do that, you can just see a huge.
Yeah, I mean, going from 900p to below 720p is quite noticeable.
Yeah, so obviously I noticed it because I'd be playing on my TV and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go and play this in bed now, and just continue playing it. And you obviously it's like a huge drop, but that's what I tend to do. I'm just like, oh, okay, this looks. After a while, you get used to it, and like, okay, because I played Pokemon Legends Arceus that way as well, and I played on the TV, and then
Pokemon Legends is a lot sharper than Odyssey.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe it does feel like that game.
Pokemon Legends is a 1080p game.
Oh, is it?
But I mean, yeah, but it is a dynamic 1080p, but it's a lot sharper than Odyssey.
Yeah, I think Jake, you care a lot more about all this resolution and stuff than me.
I wouldn't say I care. I'd say I noticed them.
Okay, I'm just like, yeah, I'm saying I noticed it when I go direct, and I do that often with games. I will go directly from the I literally do what they do in the Switch commercials, where they're playing it and they pick it up and then they just walk out with it still playing and go in another room. I literally do that.
Yeah, same.
So that's why I notice it. But if you, I mean, there's going to be a difference, really, right? If you're going from 900p, whatever it is, to down to 720. But I did, yeah, I do that with so many games. It's so funny. Sonic Frontiers runs a crisp 540p. Yeah. But look, yeah, I'm sure it does. But Sega don't care, and the people buying the game don't care, which is why they put it on because I'll tell you which version probably sold the most. It was probably the Switch version that sold the most out of all the different versions of that game.
Yeah, I mean, can you name a Sonic game that hasn't been on Nintendo platforms since they started doing multiplat?
I don't know, you tell me. I'm guessing there isn't really in there.
No, Sega went out of their way to make a version for Nintendo's platforms. Always. Even on the Wii U. Multiple.
It's true. It's true. So yeah, I think just like... Yeah, they kind of have to put their games on Nintendo because there's a huge audience for Sonic games on Nintendo. So if they didn't, then they would probably lose out on tons of money. If they didn't do it, so it's not like they charged any less for that version. It was the same price as the other version. So, you know,
Well,
okay.
at least Izuka said that he's very proud of what Sonic Team was able to do with Sonic Frontiers on Switch.
Oh really?
Yeah, they said that they're actually very impressed with what they were able to do with it.
Well, that's good. So that they could still, you know.
Because the game, I mean, on Switch, I've only played up to Ares Island, or it's the second island, and yeah, I mean the game doesn't drop frames super often. It just looks terrible.
Multiple versions of that game, played it multiple times, with multiple different. It's just Diego, it's overkill. It's overkill.
No, it's not.
It is. It is.
Fun game.
KR put a load of links to stuff in. I'm not sure what this is. Harmonix got bought by Epic, right? Yeah, which is. I know Harmonix. Like I say, made like Guitar Hero, one of those games. But the game that they made so I don't really like the rhythm games that much. Apart from this one game called Super Beat. It's called Super Beat Sports, right? And it's on the Switch. I think it was a VR game originally or something like that. And oh my god, that game is. If you play that with other people, it's so fun. But one of the mini games isn't. One or two of them aren't as good. But like it's just so funny because you have to coordinate doing these, doing these things to the beat with another person, and like one person has to get on the other person's head. And then like you have to it's really difficult. And when I played it, I was just like Jago's singing. I was so funny. I was just creasing up. I was just creasing laughing. I thought that game was so fun. Super Beat Sports, 2014 was acquired by Epic. Harmonix self-published Apogee in 2016 for PS3 and PS4. That was a rhythm game. Okay, what has Epic even done since they... Harmonix even done since they've been with Epic? Splatoon 3's use of FSR isn't super noticeable outside of Max Hazard Salmon Run IMOs. This is Jago. Oh god, I can't do that Max Hazard Salmon Run. I'd have to work my way up to it because I just went into it suddenly. Because you can do that now. You can get the codes right and go into the little unit thing and put in the codes, and I did that. I just wanted to see what it was like. It was so funny. I got annihilated. Yeah, that one. You need to ask. Kika says that one. You need to ask Nintendo to allow it, and Sega got permission. Fortnite concerts. Has there been Fortnite? What music is there even in Fortnite?
Travis Scott.
What they needed to buy Harmonix to do that. And they were doing that before. Anyway, we're not allowed to talk about that. Basically, to finish like what we were talking about, Jago, with this device, right? Like
PlayStation Portal.
Yes.
I hate it. End of story.
I think that the main reason that it will not help with the software situation. And we've seen the software situation, right? I think the main reason it won't help with the software situation in Japan was because this device is not going to provide any additional new software, right? If this was native and there was software for it, that'd be a different thing. But because you're just like, okay, so we did this thing, but you're streaming the same games that we're making for the PS5, but those games already don't hold that much appeal in Japan, then like how is putting it's not basically like some people do make this argument like this, like okay, all the thing has to be portable and then it will sell in Japan. Just portable sells, right? And I just don't think that logic works out when you have something like the Vita was portable and it flopped, right? But it didn't have the software to back it up. You need whatever you're making needs to have the software to back it up, and I don't think this accessory, which is what it is not going to have any software to back it up, because the exclusive software you're going to get is going to be the same thing. Plus, you need the PlayStation 5. So there might be some people that that don't mind getting a PlayStation 5, or yet also don't realise that you don't need this device to play portable. You can do it with remote play anyway. So I don't know. They'd have to be in the like enough to get a PlayStation 5 and get this thing, but not realise you couldn't do that. You didn't have to do it like that. And then maybe they will buy both so they can play like Armored Core 6 or so, like
wow!
They already sell Steam Deck and all these mini PCs. They already sell Steam Deck and all these mini PCs and everything in Japan. They already sell them there, and they ain't doing nothing there.
Oh, Steam Deck's available in Japan now?
Yeah, for like a year, ages.
Oh, well, you see,
time.
I'm not a fan of the Steam Deck design, so I don't really look into it.
But no, I did know that it already you can already buy it there. And I think you can even buy it.
It wasn't available there. It was only available in the West. But I didn't know they'd made it available.
Yeah, now it is. Now it is for quite a while. It is since last year. And what is that doing there? Not just the same as what it's doing here. It's just for an enthusiast crowd. That's why it's not blowing up and you're seeing people walking around the Steam Decks in Japan, even though it's been available there for ages.
You're going to walk around with the Steam Deck because it's ugly as sin.
It is ugly. It's ugly. It's big.
Ugly as sin. It's disgusting.
But you can get that. You can get the these other.
Yes, you can get the other ones.
Yeah, the other mini PCs and everything, which are the handheld PCs. You can get those in Japan as well. You can get them there.
Yeah, but I'm sure they're also
you can buy them in stores. No, they're expensive, but you can get them. I think the Steam Deck is pretty pricey in Japan, and I think I don't know if it's I don't know. Can I pop in? What, Mousy? Yeah, you can pop in, but I need to it's like 9:30. I need to finish the show. You can pop in if Jodie's okay with it. Yeah, Mousy's always the one saying you're running and now she wants to come in.
Mousy did ask if the after show was going to be a thing.
Oh, did she?
Party. Yeah.
In the
YouTube chat. Maybe you could wrap it up.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but I'm not gonna continue. I need to finish like my studies and stuff like that, man. I wanted to play FF16 this evening. I'm just not gonna be able to do it. It's a half. I haven't even had dinner, so I'm probably not gonna be able to now.
Oh, can you hear me?
Hi, Mousy, yep. But you're really low. I'm gonna try and. Oh no, I can't raise your volume. You're already maxed out. Oh god. You'd have to try and speak up a little bit because you're low for me, but I don't know about anyone else. But
yeah, no, I was just gonna say I portable is not like I mean I understand where the logic is because you see mobile and you see Switch and you're thinking, oh yeah, Japan portable, but also they're kind of a little different. I don't know. I just hate when people just automatically assume portable Japan. That's the way it has to be, and like that's the end all of pick things up.
Yeah, I think kind of the issue is that it's something just has to be portable for it to be successful in Japan. I don't think it really works like that. You know, don't forget
Well,
previous
no, it
PlayStation
doesn't.
consoles were successful there.
Portability gives it a better
Yeah,
chance nowadays. That's all.
Yeah, but it's not that
that's all it
alone. You
does,
need
but
the
it's
software
not-
to back it up, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And you also need to not be forced to be
It's more-
connected to the internet at all times.
Well, there's that, but I don't even, it's the software in the library, and it's like when you look at the most successful systems in Japan, they tend to not, it's not just one or two games, we're talking about massive libraries, like massive libraries.
Like the
Not just like,
PS2, PS1.
yeah, I mean, we're literally talking about massive libraries. That's the difference. Like, people think one or two games, I'm like, that ain't gonna cut it. You can have, like, the best like game ever, and it's like we're talking literal massive libraries. The Switch's library is huge. The Wii U had a ton of exclusive games, but the thing is, the rest of its library wasn't mass. Well, everything on it was pretty much exclusive to the Wii U. But
it's true. I know, I'm saying it didn't have a ton. It had like, I don't know, about a ton.
Well, I just meant the games on it were pretty much exclusive. But I mean, no, it didn't have a ton of games. Which is where I was going with that. Is just that, like, your system has to have a massive library. It's not just exclusives. It's not just third party. It's literally, it needs a library to support it, like a really large, big library.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the thing is that one or two games, even if people like them, is not enough to drive sales.
I agree with you.
Isn't.
I agree with you. So I've heard some people saying like, but okay, so Mousy, you probably know some of this, and certainly Mario DK knows this. I think Mario DK is here now, but if you listen to this on the VOD, Mario DK, there were certain people who were saying, well, you can't say a lot about PlayStation 5 sales in Japan. You gotta wait for Final Fantasy 16. Wait for Final Fantasy 16. Then you'll see. Then we'll all see. Fine, wait for Final Fantasy 16. You need to wait for that.
Just watch next week. PS5 will go up to 110 million.
Yeah.
And it will go up, and other people say, "Oh yeah," and then
it is here to save
a rising tide raises all ships. And just wait for Final Fantasy 16. Wait for that. And then what happened? If the game came, went, and then all those people went quiet.
No, and that's the.
Go on.
No, go. You go.
I was gonna say.
No, Mousy, go.
That's what I said.
Mousy, Jacob's been talking for ages. Mousy.
Well, I was just gonna say is the fact that it's not gonna be one game that's suddenly gonna pull all these things together. And yeah, I know Monster Hunter did a lot for the PS4, but the PS4 sales weren't. The software sales didn't look like the PS5 software sales. Right. So, and even if there are a ton of people that love Monster Hunter, they still aren't going to see that. Like, the library just isn't. I don't know. I guess I feel like the Japanese are to me, they're more about convenience. So it doesn't matter if you have this, and this. If the Switch has all that they need, why are they going to switch? I
think that we discussed before, like, basically, I've had this. So I forgot to do this. I was going to answer some of these questions I keep getting on Twitter. Oh God, where is it now? I don't know if we've got time to look at that Splatoon thing.
That's why I joined.
Why you joined what?
That's why I went in the waiting room, because he had it on the screen.
What, the Splatoon thing?
Yeah.
Are we talking about the Splatfest?
No, it's just the new music.
Oh.
Right.
Well, I mean, the new music is for
Splatfest, now?
Yeah.
Did you guys pre-order your amiibos?
No, I haven't. Where am I going to be pre-order? Where can I pre-order it from?
It's not available yet.
I don't think it's up for pre-order in the UK yet.
It isn't available. Yeah.
So someone asked me. I get this question periodically, right? So someone asks me. This is a Rockstar on Twitter. Why do you think PS5 isn't popular in Japan? Now, someone else, I think, posted some things down here, but the reasons that we're saying, basically, like, when you look at, just look at past PlayStation
Discord is up on the screen, by the way.
Oh, is it? Oh, gosh, thank you. When we look at past PlayStation consoles, right, they had, more of the games that people in Japan wanted to play, and they, in terms of like competition with the consoles they went up against, in that there wasn't like the competition wasn't as strong, right? So with the PS1, you know, that was going against the N64, and was it Sega, one of these Sega things was still around. Well, we know what happens in N64, and what was after that. It was the PS2 versus the GameCube, but that was just an annihilation, right? It was, you know, it was annihilation. Now there was Nintendo handhelds, right? There was the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance, but those markets were way more separate back then than they are now, and with like just completely. I mean, they had to be like they would do the same, you know, quote unquote, the same release of the game or the same game, right? There'll be, and like they maybe put it on Game Boy and like PlayStation, but PlayStation was not the same game, right? It was same box art, but the game is like literally a completely different game. But it was just loads of games they did that with back in the day. So if you look at the competition, like at the time, the PS2 was the only game in town, right? If you wanted your game to sell anything, in Japan, you had to put it on the PS2. It would be insane not to put your game on the PS2, right? So it's kind of a bit of that, and then, you know, what happened was when Nintendo combined, this is the thing, everything was split up before, they combined it all, right? They combined their portable and home, they would like separate, they would kind of like separated pipelines in Nintendo. They just combined everything, right? It's like they had the goddamn Infinity Gauntlet. Once they did that, in terms of like Japan, it's like they literally had the Infinity Gauntlet, right? Because you've got Pokemon, Animal Crossing, Mario, Zelda, all these things on one console. Plus you had things like Splatoon. Splatoon was relatively successful on the Wii U. In terms of the Wii U and how low that console sold, Splatoon actually did really well, and it did really well in Japan. So as soon as you get it on a console that's like sells way more, that has way more appeals, it has everything on it. You can play it portably, you can play it on the home console. Plus, what Nintendo did is they made and I've said this before, they made a development environment that was good enough for most developers. It's good enough for most developers that supports like some of the most popular engines and stuff like that, right? So as soon as you do that and it's good enough, you know, it's not a PlayStation 5, but it's good enough that you can get things running on it, right? And sell that. And we're just talking about Sonic Frontiers. Sonic Frontiers is not like back in the day, right? When you'd get the PSP or the Game Boy or DS version or whatever, and that one's way cheaper than the what you buy in the PlayStation. You just the same goddamn price. They charge the same price, right? So Sega making the same money on Sonic Frontiers on Switch as they are on PC or PlayStation or whatever, right? So they did all of that stuff, plus some of the things that Sony, some of their decisions with like kind of moving their headquarters and then like the focus on Western games like stuff like that, and it was just inevitable that was going to happen, and in my opinion, because of just not, you need the software. Now in terms of software that appeals to the Japanese market, like a lot of it releases on Switch. There'll be some like get more higher profile games or whatever that don't, like Armored Core 6 is not coming out on the Switch, right? It's not going to make any difference to the Switch, what the Switch sells or anything like that. It just means that game, now I'm not talking about whether it's possible for the game to, I'm not getting into that argument, right? It's a hypothetical, right? You've got a situation where a game is releasing on yes, it's on PC, right, which should probably do okay on PC, but in terms of like just the console market, it's like 80. It's like 85, 90%, almost 90. Like it's rising all the time. It's like 85% Switch. So if you're not putting your game on the Switch, it's just not going to sell as much. People don't come at me and say Armored Core 6 can't run. I didn't say it could run on the Switch. All right, people come at me and say that. I'm not saying the game can run on the Switch. I'm just saying it will not. It physically cannot sell as much on the goddamn in Japan if it's on less systems. All right. Okay, I'm not even. It's just a hypothetical thing. So you need to come at me and explain to me that Armored Core 6 can't run the Switch. By the way, if they really wanted it to, they could probably find a way to if they really wanted to, it's possible because the game is on goddamn PS4. And as soon as the game is on PS4, there's a possibility. I'm not saying it can. I'm not saying it can or it's probable they're gonna do it. I'm just saying it's possible because the game's on PS4. Oh my god. I got to preface everything, Jago, because people go wild. Oh, this game, run on Switch. I remember people came at me telling me that goddamn Persona 3 Reload can't run on the Switch. Was in the goddamn PC specs for that. PC specs are identical for Persona 5 Royal. No, this is Atlus's fraudulence. I've said that it's because Atlus is a fraudulent company. That is the reason.
Why is Atlus getting involved now? This is so funny.
I'm so glad I got into this.
Because Atlus wants us to get involved. That's why. They're a goddamn fraudulent company. That's why. Persona 3 Reload is not on Switch because Atlus do not want to put it on Switch. They do not want to. That's the reason.
That's why.
They're dumb.
Yes. Whoever's
making these decisions is dumb. These are dumbass business decisions, right?
Yes, Atlas is dumb.
Right? That's the reason. It's not because it can't run on Switch, right? That's preposterous. Have you seen that game?
Jodie,
it looks like Persona 5!
Jodie, you went on a tangent.
What was I talking about before? I don't bloody remember now.
Talking about Persona when you started talking about Armored Core. Please go back to Armored Core.
How did I get on Armored Core? I don't know how that happened. Yeah, I don't know. Mousy, you go into... I don't know what the hell I was talking about because I'm distracted. Because how fraudulent Atlus is. And you Mousy.
Okay, scroll down. You said there were some other questions you missed too, so you'll try to answer them on the show.
Okay, yeah, that's the other questions are in my alerts thing. But I don't know if I can go through... I haven't got time to go through all these questions. Like, there's a whole bunch of things in here. That I just haven't got. So, Mousy, go on, give us your thoughts, because I'm going to end this show in 15 minutes.
Okay, so what do you want my thoughts on, specifically? What does it matter?
What do I want your thoughts on?
PlayStation.
Yeah, like...
Oh, the PlayStation portal.
You want those thoughts. Okay, well, honestly, I think that is a, I don't know what, okay, let me phrase this so I'm not going to accidentally hurt Jolie's, ability to be streamed.
But no, you're not hurting my feelings, but you're hurting my ear holes. Because you sound so Mousy. You sound really muffled to me, so I don't know if anyone else is having trouble hearing you.
So basically, what I was going to say is that I think, I think that they are absolutely insane with the pricing. Even if they are trying to go some direction with that pricing, I can't see them being remotely successful, and therein lies the problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, BRB. I just need to get a drink.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Well, the thing that I think about it, the thing I think the most about it is the fact that that they you have this system, and then you price it as high as you do, and it's like, what are you expecting? Like, if they are expecting the Japanese market, that price is not a complimentary price, because you're going to have to buy a $500 PS5, and then you're going to have to buy another $200, so $700 just to do a buy-in, and that's not going to work. Mm-hmm. And so if I think they actually were trying to be successful, they would have priced it at a completely different price point, and that's the part I do not understand, is the price point. I'm just completely blown away by the choices in pricing, because I don't see how that's helpful to anyone. that it's actually hindering them rather than helping them.
Yep.
So that's where I am with the PlayStation Portable. I understand the concept of, hey, and I do agree with Jody that I do think it's their attempt to try to get into the Japanese market, and I think they're also trying to take some of the remote play market away from Xbox, because they made a big push for it. Whether or not it was successful, they still made a big push for it. So I think that its combination is that they're trying to get into that sort of market. And if you have noticed, they have actually, any feature that Xbox had at the beginning of the generation, with the exception of quick resume, they have quickly gotten that feature as part of their ability set.
Quickly,
you know what I mean?
Quick is relative.
Yeah, quick is relative, but here you go. So they didn't have 1440p monitor support. Xbox has had 1440p monitor support for the longest time period. They suddenly got it this year after, like, basically not having it, people begging for it. Suddenly they get it this year. Don't you think that's a little strange? And then one of the things they now... Oh, welcome back. And then, like, as I was saying, a lot of the features that Sony has been coming up with are actually copies from the Xbox. They have 1440p monitor support now, even though Xbox has had it all through generation, the Xbox One generation. Sony's just now getting it.
I thought the Xbox only supported 1080p and 4K once the One X came out.
No, it has 1440p support. There's a way to make it 1440p support. That's the thing. They had it. They've had VRR. Sony suddenly gets VRR. They had the thing where you can do the cloud saves. The only thing is it's free on Xbox. It's not free on Sony PlayStation, but they had the thing where you could the saves files. They did stuff to fix that, and they've had a really robust remote play. So here they come around with remote play. So you can't tell me. I mean, there's a whole list of features. I can make a huge list. I don't think anybody really has time for it. But anything that they had going for them that was unique in their system software, Sony's now got. Then they got Discord, so Sony got Discord. That's why I said I'm pretty sure they're going to have that Discord feature soon, because it's on Xbox first. But I'm anytime the streaming directly.
I thought Sony already
the streaming
had
directly.
That.
They might have.
No, they don't.
Oh, they could stream directly to Twitch. Maybe that's what it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can stream directly to Twitch, but you can't stream in Discord VC.
Okay. Yeah.
You can't watch Discord VC streams either. They did announce it. They did say that they were going to bring it to PlayStation.
You can't watch Discord VC stream. What?
You can't on the Xbox either. But you can stream into VC. But if I'm on my Xbox, I can't watch the stream, so I have to watch it via a different method.
That's dumb.
Yeah, but they'll fix that. It's just because these are new features that they're rolling out that they'll get. It's just their flow, and they're trying to add that. I'm not super concerned about it, but I'm like... And I believe that there is a rumor that Sony's been testing a version of Quick Resume. I don't know if it's successful or not, but my point is...
I haven't heard that.
That's quite the rumor.
That's quite the rumor, I know, right?
That's quite the
there's
rumor.
all these rumors.
Are they willing to take away more of my system storage?
That might be why they never do it.
Storage?
Yeah, because it'll quick resume like 6 games. So that's what Red Hood was trying to tell you the other day. Like, the memory is less because when you quick resume, it sticks the game into a quick resume mode. And while again, these are just rumors, so I don't put much stock into them until they actually become like, especially about system manufacturers. So, and you know what? These guys, sorry.
I was going to say, imagine PlayStation taking more from my 825 gigabyte SSD that I only have 667 gigs available to use. That's insane to use. Like,
well, and that's why I
can
say that
imagine the normal person being super upset with that.
No, and that's why I said, like, they don't always do that. They test these features and then they decide if it makes sense. So sometimes you'll notice that they'll go for a box, and then they'll decide not to do something, even though they, companies like that do that all the time. They're always constantly testing. There's always constantly, I mean, that's why we get so many rumors about new Switches. It's because they're constantly testing things. It doesn't mean that it'll ever become available. They're always testing things.
Yeah.
And this rumor is kind of old, and it was like an offhanded comment, and it may have been translated wrong. That's why I say I don't put much stock in that stuff.
Okay.
But what I do know is the fact that, like, most of the features that have been, like the two consoles, I have noticed that there's a history of this generation. Sony made sure that they had, like, every system feature that they could get that was unique to the Xbox so far since, 2020 started and they opened.
Okay,
and Remote Play was a big one.
KR said list them, but what are these features?
It was the list that
Okay, so
PlayStation
I already listed.
PlayStation has.
I already listed them.
Oh, did you? I must have missed
PlayStation
it.
has
so
copied from Xbox. That was it.
Yes.
But one thing I wanted to say was, didn't PlayStation have Remote Play from PS3 and Vita?
It
Yeah,
did.
it did.
It had Remote Play first, but they didn't push it, and that's why I think they're making something to push it. But that's not why I think they made this device. I said it was one thing. I think the avenue is still the Japanese market. I think that's the primary reason. But I do think that because Xbox made such a big deal about it, I think Sony's going back and making a big deal and made this an actual system. But like I told Jago while you were getting a drink, it's priced completely wrong to be, because it's a $700 buy-in, more than that, if you wanna get it. Like, how is that feasible?
Well,
makes
I
any
think
sense?
that what they're trying to do is convince people that are interested in some of the games of PlayStation 5, but they don't want a PlayStation 5 because they want that portability, is what, aka Japan. So that maybe those people, they will tip them over the edge into. But like I said, I think this thing is so they can have store because you can already do Remote Play. You don't need this thing to do Remote Play. I think this thing is for store presence and for advertising and marketing, because marketing purposes you can do a massive campaign.
It's for marketing.
Yes!
It's for marketing.
It's for marketing. It's what I said, Mousy. I said it's for marketing. So you can market Remote Play. You can have it. You can have a physical presence in the stores. You can have physical ads and everything for everything. As soon as you look at it, if I didn't know anything about anything, and I wasn't tuned into gaming and all of that, if I saw this thing, I would think it was like a new PSP or something like that, or I would think that, right? Obviously, they're gonna have details and say, oh, it's streaming from your PS5, from your PS5. But as soon as you see that, it would catch your attention. Like, oh, the PlayStation has made a portable. You'd find a detail, then you'd be like, okay, I have to buy a PlayStation 5. Maybe that won't be so bad.
$700
and some
bad.
I'm just saying they'll have store. It will give them store presence, man, and it's for marketing. It would, because you're gonna have, this is gonna be on store shelves.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right. I think that's what it is. I think because they've had it before. That's what I'm saying. That Xbox made a big stink about Remote Play and Cloud Play. So here you have Sony, who's making this huge splash with we have our own. That said, I do think it's an attempt to woo perhaps the Japanese market. And like you said, the Japanese market, you're putting it on store shelves. You're putting it in front of their faces. And that's the other thing.
Like I said, I think that's part of it. It's maybe not the entire.
It's
it's
so
a big,
expensive.
big part of it.
It's just so expensive.
I know, Jacob. But here's another angle.
I guess people said that about PS3 when it first released, which is why Xbox did better.
But here's the thing, right? You're Sony, right? You have lost the Japanese market is gone, right? But you don't want to compromise on what you're doing in the West because you're extremely successful there, and you need to combat Microsoft.
And spend more money and
suddenly
get more
Nintendo's like crazy successful with this new device, right? You don't want to change the development pipeline. You don't want to change the type of games you're making. What do?
Spend more money.
And also you want to have VR as another platform. They're not going to make 3 high definition platforms at once. It's impossible.
Spend more money.
Nintendo couldn't do 2 high definition platforms at once.
Spend more money.
Hang on, where do they get the money from, Jago? Where the money coming from?
SIE has money. We have money to spend on exclusive
They have budgets.
Games.
They have budgets.
Yeah, so we have money to money to allocate to these budgets and get some exclusive games that will entice Japanese gamers.
But they don't want to.
Dear.
Then that's too bad. That's too
Let's
bad.
put it this way: what's
And that's too bad.
what's
Just keep
cheaper in
failing.
the long run? What's cheaper in the long run? The initial R&D they did for this, for this device, which doesn't seem to have its own operating system or anything like that. You have to deal with, right? It's just. I don't even know if it. Looking at this simulated or what the screen looks like with it on. It's just got like a big old PlayStation blue circle in the middle. Something that says there's a cancel button in the it's on the screen, like on screen button prompt. There's like a signal what do you call it? A signal.
Keep games away from
a battery, a signal indicator, battery indicator, time, and what looks like there's maybe some little controls or something.
Keep games away from competition.
There probably is the R&D. What would cost more, the R&D that went into this and making this thing, right? Or the long-term investment you would need for studios and games and all this stuff in the Japanese market? Which would cost more?
Trick. No, I mean not trick. What's the word I was thinking of?
No, it's not a trick question.
You're right.
I said not trick. Keep games away from the competition. That worked so well last gen.
Keep games away from the competition.
Yeah, keep them away.
Oh, you
from
mean
your
these games? Okay, these games that don't release on Switch. They were never going to release on Switch anyway. They never released it. And Sony wasn't particularly keeping them away. It's just these third
away from all competition.
Well, including Xbox.
Yeah. Like keep everything
Final
on
Fantasy
PlayStation.
16.
Yes, but do more of that.
Well, yeah, but they have to pay to. I mean, for something like Final Fantasy 16, you need to pay Square Enix to get them to. And Square Enix are dumb. That's how dumb they did it.
Yeah.
Well, I say Square Enix is dumb. They should have had a day-and-date PC release in the very least. They didn't. They did for Forspoken, but they didn't for Final Fantasy 16. They are dumb. All right, I'm sorry, that is dumb, right?
Yeah, and do it more.
You do not have to defend them.
You got muffled again, Mousy.
Sorry, I just said you do not have to defend them. You were absolutely right. They are dumb.
Square Enix are dumb. Yes.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to get into a few comments and then I'm going to have to end this stream because it is 10 p.m. in the UK. Mousy found the list. Go to work. Finimax says, it sounds like you'll think the JP market is an easy dupe. No, I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. I didn't say that. Inevitably some people will think this is like a... Inevitably there might be some people who think that it's like a native device, right? But I think that
yeah, I mean, my brother came into my room earlier and was like, "Oh, you see the new PlayStation thing?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Yeah, it's overpriced as hell." He's like, "What do you mean? It's just £200?" I was like, "Yeah, £200 for something that can't even play its own games." He was like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, it's only a streaming thing." He was like, "Oh, ugh."
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, if you just look at it, like your brother hadn't heard any previous information and stuff like that. He hadn't heard the announcement before. He just looked at it and was like, if I just looked at it and knew nothing, I'd think what your brother thought. I would think that as well. But there's a new PlayStation. Oh, yeah, okay. They made a new portable thing. This seems. If it was like its own native, that would be extremely competitive, right? If it was only two, even if it was the two. If it was the same price, it's the same price in the UK. If it was that price, it'd still be competitive, right? But that's not what it is. I'm not saying that a load of people. There will be some people that would think that, but I think that it's not that I think people are going to be they're trying. I don't even think they're trying to dupe anyone with. I don't think they're trying to dupe people in that sense, right? Because they're going to have to be very clear in advertising this what it is. I would have thought. Or is it? I think it's just I think they'll probably be clear. It's like an accessory or streaming device. I mean, they've pretty much said that in all the announcements of what it is an accessory. Jago, are you humming? Or please stop humming or something. Whatever you're doing, please.
What?
Are you humming?
No.
What was that noise then?
I don't know.
It's not me either.
I'm just sitting.
Okay. Yeah, so no, I think that it's having the thing on store shelves. It might convince some people, even when they find out that it's a streaming thing. You need the PS5 to do it. That like, oh yeah, maybe I will bite the bullet and do it, right? But the amount of people might be low. But even if they don't do it, having a thing that looks like that on a shelf, and the advertising that's going to go along with it, I think it's going to make a difference, because it's going to make people more aware of remote play for starters, because they might find out that you can do remote play without this thing. But yeah, some people, like I said, people don't do basic research, basic things, so people will see it, and unless it is, I think it will be clear in the ads that what it is an accessory. But people don't do basic research and go and we discussed this before, and go and look things up. So
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, Japanese gamers, they like playing games portably. Are they playing these games portably outside the house, or are they playing them portably indoors?
I think it's both.
It's not really, like, that's the other thing. They don't really take their Switches out of the house. That's the really dumb part about this whole, like, Japanese equal portable.
Some people do, but like, there's not tons and tons and tons. From my understanding, you don't see tons and tons and tons of people on a train with a Switch. You do see it sometimes, but not a crazy amount of people.
No, exactly, and it's mostly like kids, like younger kids. It's not like the people that would be purchasing, like, like maybe they're taking it to the playground or something.
Yeah, so but some people, I think some people, but it's not like it's not maybe in the numbers that you might imagine it is, like that everyone's just riding around on a train with a Switch. Like, I think you can see it sometimes, but not all the time.
Well, see, that's why it popped on. I'm so sick of this conversation of Japan equals portable. So I do think the Portal is made for that. Like, one of the reasons is they're trying to promote it there. But again, Japan is it's not, oh, it's a portable market. Yeah, great. That's such a pet peeve of mine.
It's a portable market, but you need software to back it up when it comes to a portable device. And this thing literally has no software.
Well, but like the Switch really isn't being used outside the home either. So yeah, it is a portable market, but it's also, it's not, I don't know, it's just not, like, you're not going to make a handheld and, necessarily have a lot of people going for your system.
Yeah, because I think, like, and you do raise a good point, Mousy, that, like, people do take the Switches out of the houses, but it's just really not, like, you'd think it'd be like almost everyone or something like that, but that's not really what's happening. I think the bigger issue is that in Japan, a lot of people don't have, like, multiple televisions, like one television in each room and all this type of thing. They don't do that. So this thing is literally like, oh, someone's using a TV, oh look, you can still play this PlayStation 5.
I looked at
like
somebody.
That.
Yeah, somebody showed me, because sometimes I watch some, I don't know, I watch some good stuff on YouTube, that. And they were going through some Japanese houses, and, like, there's a room for these girls are going to be in for, like, their whole lives, and they're going to be sharing a room. And when you look at, like, they have no privacy in the way that we would think of like, privacy. I'm like, there is no way you would have two TVs, like the way that Jago and all his siblings are able to have their own PS5s. Like, that wouldn't be feasible, in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sometimes happens as well. Like, siblings will be sharing rooms and stuff like that, right?
That's depressing.
Well,
they ain't got a choice.
Sorry, Jody, what'd you say?
I said they haven't got a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Depressing.
Well, that's just,
they probably don't think it's depressing, but...
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess it is for maybe us, but I think it's fine. I just think that, you're expecting a little bit too much out of it. But like I said, my biggest pet peeve is people try to make it sound like this is a market that just wants to and it's like, it's not like that. That's not even remotely. And all the most popular systems had massive libraries, not a few exclusive games. We're talking massive libraries.
True.
That had everything.
So what you've got now, you've got like games like, cause people are like, oh, you know, I'll just wait to Final Fantasy 16, and now that's gone. It's like wait till Monster Hunter.
Spider-Man.
Oh God.
Spider-Man is doing.
Oh, Spider-Man's gonna outsell everything.
Is it gonna pass the COVID barrier? Is that what it's gonna do?
It's gonna pass the Tears of the Kingdom barrier.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No,
Okay. That's kind of
No, it's not.
Yes, it will. It will sell 8 million units in a second.
No, it won't. It will sell like 100,000 maybe.
It will sell 700 million units by the end of the day.
It'll sell like 100. Probably sell like 100,000
So it
first
might
week.
have a-
Probably less than. Well, maybe less than that because it's no PS4 version.
Yes, Forspoken's gonna help.
But it's also gonna be
Forspoken's gonna surge.
What?
Forspoken's gonna surge. Yeah, when it goes down to when they're selling it for what 500 yen, then you're gonna see that surge up the chart. Which they're not at the moment.
I'm just thinking that you know, maybe you might get a little bit of a surge.
Mousy, can't hear you.
I hate these things. I was just thinking you're going to get a little bit of a surge because you're going to have the bundles. So, I mean, I could see them getting a pretty large amount just because of the people taking the bundles out of the country. Hello?
I'm trying to process what you're saying. I can see them getting a large amount because taking bundles out of the country. What? Sorry.
Well, the Spider-Man comes in the game bundles. So they're going to export them out.
Does it?
Yeah, Spider-Man has a bundle.
Does the bundle come with the game?
I don't remember.
I know
but
you're talking about the thing with the faceplates and the controller? You talking about that?
No, I think it comes with the bundle with the game too.
A PlayStation 5 and the game?
I believe so.
So is it the game with the faceplates and the
Let's see.
I can't remember. Jago, check on that. I thought the console was just like the faceplates and the
check Japan though specifically too, because if it's not released in Japan, this doesn't matter.
I think I'm pretty sure it is released in Japan, but I don't know. I know. I keep forgetting to change this goddamn thing. This Discord.
Okay, so at least over here, you definitely get a voucher for a digital copy of the game and pre-order incentives.
Okay, so if that happens, then basically all the bundles come with a code, and it still counts on it. That's why you get these games charting on the Famitsu chart because it's even though it's a code, it's being sold at retail, therefore it counts as a game sale for these purposes.
So that's why I think you might see it pass the Kirby barrier just because of the bundles going out of the country.
That's either the Kingdom barrier.
So the actual game, you're saying the game, Spider-Man 2. Oh, when you put Spider-Man 2, it's bringing up bloody the film.
Well, because the game is attached to the bundle of devices, it might pass the Kirby barrier just because the game console and the game is attached to the console. But
what?
Oh, bye, Mousy.
Mousy, where Mousy gone? Mousy fell through the depths. She gone. Okay, someone give me a link to this Spider-Man bundle or whatever it is. Oh no, there's Spider-Man PS5. I was only to type in. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Mousy, you can just put yourself in because you're a mod. You don't need me to bring you in here. Oh, here it is. Mousy, you bring yourself in. I'm not doing it.
Sorry.
You're here. She came back. I thought you could just bring yourself. You can just bring yourself back because I don't need to bring you in because you're a mod. I gave you the power.
Yeah, that's how I popped in. I was like, I noticed that, and I was like, oh, I could just pop in, but I better let Jody know because if I just pop in and surprise her.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's probably better if you let me know. But yeah, I forgot Mousy can just go in with it. For some reason I gave her extra powers. I don't know why I did that, but anyway.
Oh yeah, tomorrow they'll be gone. What happened?
No, I wanted Mousy to help me just in case like someone comes in here and they're like, you know, they're abusive or something. Like I thought Mousy could help me out.
Yeah, no worries. My only thing is that, and with that, I don't know, because you mentioned something, but we can talk about that at a much later date, about something that I still don't think I have access to, that I think you wanted me to have access to.
Something you have access to that I don't want you to have access to? What's that?
No, the reverse. There was something you told me I was supposed to be able to do.
Oh,
and
so just to at everyone, and I did turn it on so you could do that, and I've checked and it says you can do it.
We can check that again, but I don't know that it works.
Yes, okay. So yeah, there's a code. There is a code. PlayStation Marvel's Spider-Man 2 get a main game download edition product code. So there is a code with this bundle in Japan. I'm looking at Amazon.
Right.
I'm looking at Amazon.co.jp. So yes, you can get. Oh, is it black on the other side?
Yep.
Oh, that sounds way better. That sounds way better than this with this stupid red thing on there.
What do you mean stupid? Spider-Man's suit is literally red. He's getting taken over by the simp.
Listen,
Jody, what is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? I like the black.
No, I simply understand the concept.
I understand the concept. I know.
No, you don't. No, you
I
don't.
don't understand. I know the concept. Don't you think I'm not familiar with Spider-Man? I know what this is. I'm just in design-wise, I'm saying design-wise, I like the black, just the black with the plain white spider better. My preference in design-wise, I can see how it is, but I like in design-wise, I like the black. And that's when he's taken over. See, now it's just black because he took over. Venom and Carnage used to be like my favourite characters back in the day. Venom. Yeah. Faye has the power. Oh my god, that game crashed and burned hard, didn't it? Good lord. Okay, right, we're gonna have to go ahead and. And Jacob's just like.
Forspoken's gonna come back.
Jacob's just cackling at just the thought of Forspoken crashing and burning. Whose fault was that game that happened?
Both.
Is Square Enix?
Both.
Both? Who's both? Who's the both?
PlayStation and Square Enix.
What's it got to do with PlayStation? They didn't make the game. Square Enix made the game.
It's PlayStation's fault as well.
How is it PlayStation's fault? I'm sorry. I've had enough of this. I've had enough of people trying to give Square Enix an out and not letting them take the L. All right? Square Enix. It's their fault to stop trying to.
I said it's not Square Enix's L.
No, you're saying it's both.
Of them.
No, it's not both. No, it's not
yes,
both.
It is.
No, it's not. How's PlayStation at fault as well? What did they do? They paid they're dumb for doing this, but they paid for a 2-year exclusive for this goddamn game. Blame yourself or capital G God.
That's how you meant to write God.
With a capital G?
Yeah.
Well, not me. I'm saying I said capital G God because when it's written like that, people usually mean a specific God. Anyway, I'm not getting into all that. Okay, so no, you just need to let Square Enix take the L.
Tell me exactly where I said this is not Square Enix's problem.
You said
only
both.
PlayStation's.
How's it? Explain to me how. Explain to me how you think it's their fault as well.
Because PlayStation's the reason why it didn't release when it was meant to.
Oh, wait, because it got delayed? Yeah, but this game.
Delayed twice.
Okay, but
the first delay was because the game wasn't ready to release in there. The second delay was because PlayStation was like, nah. And PlayStation could have given them an even better time to release the game. January clearly wasn't it because
Sony had let Square Enix just release this game when it was going to be, because God of War Ragnarok, I thought that got delayed as well, right? That got hang on, that did get delayed. That got delayed.
God of War Ragnarok got delayed out of 2021.
And then why was it in that slot there in November, whatever it was, or whenever it was November?
Yeah. November
that's
8th.
why you said that. Blame yourself or Goddess from Final Fantasy Tactics, is that?
Yeah, that's tactics.
Oh, that's where you got it from. I'm like, why did you say some weirdo thing like that, KR? Okay, you got it from somewhere.
Yeah, all of their 2021 games were delayed. Well, pretty much all of them.
Right, so that was delayed. That's what I'm saying. Like, Forspoken was delayed
Yeah, Forspoken was delayed out of Forspoken was delayed out of May 2022 because it wasn't ready. But then it was ready by October. But PlayStation said, nah.
Right. Okay. If they had released, oh my god, listen. If Forspoken had released if they just hadn't changed it and it released in that October, oh my god, it would have been a bloodbath. Even worse than it was.
More people would have been inclined to buy it because
What?
holiday season spending,
Dude.
And then they could have done what Sega done.
When did God of War Ragnarok come out?
And then they could have what?
When did God of War Ragnarok come out?
November.
And when was Forspoken supposed to come out?
October.
Right. Do you not think that's
October,
a bit close?
I thought it was September.
No, it was early
was...
October. Early October. It was like October. It was like October 6th or something like that.
Okay, that's still too close to have another high-profile exclusive AAA game, like that close to each other. Like Forspoken would have been like steamrolled. I mean, it already flopped. We already now with the benefit of hindsight, it flopped. Right, it flopped anyway when it had a nice clear window in front of it. It flopped.
January wasn't really clear now, was it?
Oh, we have an after party. Yeah, let's move to after party. Okay, I should have done this ages ago. We're moving to after party now because it's, to be quite frank, it's like 20 past 10 and I've got things to do. So
is it town square time?
We're gonna go to town square, but I cannot. I really need to oh my god, I've got to study. I can't do it. Need that T4
You didn't have
link.
internet for a week, and now Jacob's preventing you from studying.
No, I want to study. I wanted to play
anything.
Final Fantasy 16. I haven't got time to play. I've got to get that out of my head. I haven't got time to play that now. I thought I'd be finished by now. I thought wrong. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap the stream up and move everything over into the town square. So, stream ending screen. I'm gonna quickly say these comments. Very quickly. Solid Python said they got dev kit and found out they're slightly better than GameCube. They split Sonic Team in half to make secret rings for Wii. Solid Python says yeah.
Yes,
Wait for Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. PS5 sales will go up. Jago says lol. I say that as well. But anyway, Phil Spencer said the same thing Mousy saying 1 or 2 games isn't enough to save a platform. Yes, you need a consistent flow of games. Dank Me Center says sure. Dank Me Center said people slept on Daemon, so screw them.
Daemon X Machina.
Did they? I thought people bought that.
Yeah, people bought it, but people still slept on it. It sold about 1 million, I think.
But that's good for that style of game. Well, what that is, that's good. Dank Community Center says at the same time, Switch owners aren't entitled to their games. Which games? The Switch games? Sony.
No, it's just any games.
Sony have the repurposed down pack.
You know, like Atlas, Sega, what's it called, Bandai Namco, etc., etc. They're not entitled to those games if they don't want the platform. That's basically what you said.
Oh, that's what you mean. What was this? What does this mean? Sony have the repurposed down pack.
I don't remember.
Okay, we'll leave that one then. Solid Python says, do they want VR? It feels like the PS5 VR 2 died as soon as it released. The reason why that is seemingly, we don't know, but seemingly, probably not doing that great is because Sony are literally not supporting it with any software at all. They are not making software. They made Call of the Mountain. They made Call of the Mountain, and they pieced out. Yeah, but the difference is they've announced games for PS5. They have not announced any new games that they even got in development for that. I think there's just one game that maybe come out recently that was like they didn't make it, but it was they funded it or maybe something like that. I'm not sure. The Solid Puffin says there were also 15 new Square Enix games released in October and November. This is what I'm chatting about. The Square. Oh my god, Square Enix. Oh my god, it's a good thing.
You can complain about Square Enix in Town Square.
Oh my god, I'm gonna play about Square Enix all day. And fire up the town square. Okay, we're going. Thank you to everyone who came out today, and we're going to continue over on the town square. Before I do that, I'm going to look at Discord. Where's the Discord? I'm going to get that, and I'm going to grab this. I'm going to grab that. You can come. Not on that one. That's the wrong one. I'm going to put this here. And you can come directly into the town square. I'll see you on the other side. Bye bye.